Hello, hello, welcome back. So it took some time to get back to this project because I was attending and actually speaking at Lambda Days conference lately. Uh, that was on Tuesday, I think. So I took some time to recuperate yesterday, and I think we're ready and we can go back to creating Scala today using clean Scala. So, where have we left this project? I believe um, the discussion ended on the last stream on my feeble attempts to figure out how we can uh, aggregate data into something that would be usable for our use cases. So, what we actually do, let's go and see the code. What we do is that we scrape the Scala decks, and what happens here is that we have created two tables. We have migrations for them. We have created two tables, and those tables um, hold information for GitHub projects and for artifacts that are bound to those projects. So artifacts are basically any jar combination that you can get. So it can be a jar for, let's say, Chimney, for Scala.js in 1.0 version, and there's a lot of that stuff here. So a lot of possible combinations for a single project, multiple versions, multiple targets, and the problem that we were trying to solve at the end of the last stream was that what we want to get in this table and Scala today is just a view of a project with some additional metadata about it. We can make it in a way that if you click on the project, more details will show up. So like oh my god, looking at myself in camera is always terrifying. Do you recall Google's inbox? If you clicked on an email there, it just kind of um, expanded to show you more details, and you could go into that, and it opened into separate view. So we don't need separate views, I think, but expanding to show more details would be very nice. But what we want to have here, more information, so those metadata stuff, we want definitely to have information about what is the last published version available for. And it's a bit more complex. We could want to have information about what few last versions were released for, because if for some reason the maintainer drops support for, let's say, Scala.js in the latest update, not because of a permanent drop of support, but let's say because there's a dependency that is not updated. That happens actually. We see this currently with Scala Native 05, because there's a lot of libraries that haven't been released for Scala Native 05 yet, and they are kind of blocked because of the new stuff that came up in Scala Native 05. It so happens that there are new versions published of other libraries that don't have release for Scala Native yet, for Scala Native 05. So that means that we probably should, take it with a grain of salt and probably compute availability of platforms on more than just last version. But that's a detail. We can get to that later on. So the last bit that will be available in the table will be something that will allow users to give us some information, put feedback about the project. And Once we get this rolling, there's a lot of stuff that we can add here that will be helpful, useful, and we can figure out whether those things are actually helpful, and if they are, maybe we can just include them into Scala Dex itself. But for now we are going to build this website. So the problem is that we have this database structure, and we wanted to do aggregation. So join query between projects and artifacts with some kind of artifaction. Oh my god, some kind of aggregation on artifacts, so that we can see the platform and language version available for the last release together in one row. So one row per project, so aggregated from artifacts. And we had our scraper job running. I think it just died when I turned off this profile on my MacBook. So we probably don't have the full database yet. I didn't check. We can see I have this database tool, dbeaver, I think it was called. The best tool apparently. Still have to learn it. Oh yeah, it even remembers the scripts that we had. Do I have to? No. Thank you. Don't show tips. So I was thinking about this in some, free time. And the idea that we're toying here with was that we should just scrape everything and then run a bigger query to create a table out of the whole data that we have pulled, to create a table that would best fit the requirements of our view, which is a good thing to do because those queries, well, the data set is big, and even with indices, it's not gonna be very fast to do complex queries on that. So it's probably the best thing to do here, just to create a table that will show us the current state of the scraped data. The scraping job is going to run once per day, so it doesn't really matter. It's not something that happens all of the time. It's the updates don't have to be represented immediately, so mostly we don't really have to worry about that. But I was thinking, this query has, started to be very, very complex very, very quickly. And I think there should be a way to do this. I'm just not really sure it's worth the effort to figure that out. Let me quickly check. Do I have chat working? Hello, is there anyone, by the way, in the chat? Dear chat, can you say something? Test. Okay, it seems to work, I think. So, what is the best other thing that we could do instead of doing this? Well, we do have full control over how the scraping job looks like. So it's probably easier at this point to use the fact that we control the flow of scraping and just create this additional view-oriented table during scraping. It's probably not the best approach in the end because if we want to recreate that, we do still have to go through the SQL approach because it's happening in the program. Or we could just run a Scala job against SQL if we don't want to do this with SQL. So we could modify the scraping job itself and just store additional rows for the view table during the scraping. So we would also store original data that we want to have. We definitely want to have this database structure, because if we want to do any analytical queries later on, that's the original structure of how this data looks like. Just, trying to figure out the best way to actually create a view table. So if we were to actually do this, we would probably need additional migration for the view table. And shouldn't be a big deal. Not a Scala file, just a file. Okay. By the way, did I start the... Oh, I didn't. I have this app. It was MindMac, yeah. I have this app, yeah, for talking with ChatGPT APIs. So how would this table look like? So it has to be a join between those two tables already with only the stuff that we want to have. Can we split it down? So projects has an ID. Is this going to be our primary key? Doesn't sound like a very good idea, to be honest. Because what we have to think about is, what is the query pattern going to be? We are going to order, as we have talked about on the previous stream, we are going to order stuff by the release date. And if we want to do any other orderings, that's something that we'll have to worry about later on. So we want to order on this thing, actually, release date. And for all practical purposes, it has to be the latest release date. So given that artifacts have different release dates between them, so if we have, let's say, from single release of a single version of a project, we have, let's say, 6 to 8 artifacts, they are going to have different release dates. So we only want to take the latest one. Now, I think we can start by just taking all of that stuff. I mean, we already have it here, but then it would be good to have relation to this table. So maybe, let's say, project ID. Oh, I messed up with the convention before, so we'll have to stick with that. And well, it means that we should have now artifact ID. Doesn't really that's not a good idea. We can't have an artifact ID because we have multiple artifacts coming into single row. So let's call it this way. So this is what we actually want to show on the homepage. We want to show projects with latest release. Now, we only need project ID if you think about it, because the main entity here is the project, and we can go via this table to the artifacts table, because there's I think project FK foreign key. So I have this relationship here. We can even go directly to artifacts ID. We don't have to join through the project table. Okay. Do we need this thing? Yeah, I guess. So from artifacts, artifact ID and group ID are something that is coming from Maven. Version, artifact name, project. I don't remember what is in project. Let's go and see. Oh, right. I should have used this thing. How do you create a new script? Yeah, it's here. Oh, from artifacts, where group ID, Scala.io. Limit 25. Nothing. IO Scala land. Okay. Group ID, artifact ID, version, artifact name, project. Oh, okay. So it's just full name of the project namespace on GitHub. Yeah, we can have that. It's actually probably useful. We don't need project FK because that's redundant. So this is going to be, let's call it a bit differently. This is going to be the last version. Yeah, and the convention. And we have the release date. Cool. Licenses. I think we could have this in metadata. Language. Okay, going back here. What do we have in language? So yeah, this is actually kind of important bit, because what we do is we aggregate all the versions. So let's look for chimney group ID and artifact ID. If we do this artifacts ID, let's say artifact name, it should be easier because we don't have to include the version suffix chimney. Okay. So if we want to let's add a version maybe also version 100 because it was released. No, it wasn't. What the hell? I'm quite sure version 1 was released. Oh, we don't have it. It was released after the stream and we didn't get to this in our scraping job. Okay. So yeah, we will have to make the with and version. Oh my god. No, not the special meaning. Not the soft keyword. Equals 10 6. Okay. Yeah. So exactly. This is a single release of this library. So we can see multiple artifacts with multiple language versions. Chimney has a very complex build to cross-compile for even to 12. And also, yeah, native is supported, Scala.js is supported, Scala3 is supported. So we want to aggregate language because we want to see all the versions that are available, all the language versions that are available for the latest release, and all the platforms. So we want to aggregate those last three columns, but only take the release date. We can also add order by release date, descending. Yeah, and you can see they have a slightly different release dates, just a few seconds between them, but they do. So we're gonna take this release date, aggregate all of that stuff, and we're gonna do this in Scala. So how do we want licenses? Yeah, we can represent that this way, and I think we are going to use the same thing for language, so also text array, and for platform also text array. Now, given that the primary entity here is the project, this unique constraint is fine. Do we need to put any other index here? Artifact ID. No. I mean, we could extend this with those three columns, because if I'm right, I think it's impossible. Oh no. Artifact ID. I mean, in the end, I don't think we should have artifact ID because it has this suffix and it doesn't give us any information in the aggregated view table. It's basically artifact name with language appended to, language and platform appended to as the suffixes. So artifact ID is probably going to go. Now, if we think about this unique key here, it makes sense for the artifacts table, but does it make sense to put group ID into the unique index along with artifact name? And version, obviously. If we think about this, in time-wise fashion, we are going to append more rows to this table. But the question is, if we're going to append more rows, we can. There is always one thing that is going to change is the version. So we could just put group ID and version into this unique. Would it help us in any way? Not really, I think, at the moment. I can't see a good reason to do that. We can always add another migration. Okay. I think we had the main. What problems? Are there any problems? Okay. Kinda. Yeah. Makes sense. So Scala CLI bloop exit. And funny thing is, that's probably the problem that we already saw on the first stream. So I have two accounts on this MacBook. Does it work? Come on. Okay. Java. So I have two accounts, and if there's a Bloop server running on the second account, we are going to encounter a lot of weird problems. Now, I think I did log out completely. Yeah, so there shouldn't be any stuff running with my usual account. Should be fine. So we only need to Scala CLI blop JVM 21. No. Okay. Let's see. Should be in project, right? Will it work this way? Okay. And let's see whether metals is happy now. Run doctor. Okay. Let's give it a small push. Metals. Okay. Build tool currently uses JDK 17. Why? Why did it work then? I don't think I have the CLI for Blob. Candidates, Java current, JDK 19. Okay, where's Bloop? This is metals, I think. Yeah, there's Bloop. And it's running with what? 21. Okay. No clue. Recommendation. No idea. Should be fairly easy to check. I guess if we are running with compiler on JDK 17, we can't do thread off. Oh, haha. So does it compile? No. Oh yeah, it doesn't compile because this is garbage. Yeah, works. Cool. So we have the second migration. Now, what we need to do, first thing would be to migrate that, probably. Yeah, this is the migration. If we do this, we can just comment the whole thing out, run the migration. Cool, migrated. Cool. Is it refreshed? No. Okay, we have our table. Now we have to modify the code that does the whole scraping thing. And this is actually quite interesting. I have to make amends, not only to code, but to you, viewers. Hi, Wojtek. Oh, really? It's really quiet. Is it better now? Can you hear me better now? Yeah, cool. So I have to make amends, and probably I should also say sorry to Adam Warski of Software Mule, because I was spreading misinformation lately. So I'm so used to the fact that um, if you use any asynchronous APIs, you have the problem with stuff that runs away on a different thread, that I completely forgot that we are in a completely different situation now, because aux and by extension Project Loom, which it uses underneath, it really works as structured concurrency. So it really works as if the code is truly synchronous. The parallelism is handled in a very, scope-based way. So I have experiments here, and I was trying to figure out whether I'm right or not about how mapper will behave, because on the previous stream I said that if we throw in mapper, that's probably not good, but that's just, my dumb intuition from years of using Future. Because with Future, yeah, there's a lot of gotchas, because Future really represents a thread that just runs away. It's not true with mapper. So I have this function that it checks whether the number is even, and if it is, it's fine. But if it's not, it's a left of error, and we return an either. Now, this is actually quite interesting, or maybe not. Maybe it's just surprising to me, but what we do here, I mentioned that we can't just use the OK combinator, because it will, basically run away, and mapper will, if it refroze, my intuition would be that it would basically wrap stuff. And the either block will be not able to figure out that one of those virtual threads, or fibers if you prefer, that run in parallel in mapper had failed, and it should close the scope. But that's not really true, because this API is way less surprising than Future is. So mapper does rethrow the exception from this block as it is, and this is really, really great, because what it does, if we use this OK combinator, it uses exceptions for flow control. We can go here and see this. It uses boundary break. So it takes evidence that we are in a scope where there is a boundary for either its label, as you can see here, and if the current effect, so this inline T either EA, is a left, it uses break. Well, break basically throws a break. So it uses exceptions for flow control, but with, the caveat that you have to have evidence that you are in a scope where this call can work. This thing would definitely not work with Future, but it does work with mapper, because it does the rethrowing part without wrapping the exception in anything. So the same exception, the control exception thrown by OK, will arrive at either. So this syntactical, the scoping principle is upheld here, and it works just fine. And you can see that mapper does what we expect it to. It starts working with multiple values in the same time and applying this function. And then we have the OK combinator. So at some point in time, it happens in parallel, so it's not deterministic. The left value is returned with the exception that 1 is odd. It's actually the first value, right? And it works. It stops the parallel loop, and we can see that we have had the calls to 5 values actually, but we didn't really get here, or rather we don't really see that as an observable effect. But what is important is that we don't see more of those. It didn't go through the whole range of those values. It stopped because map_par interrupts all the concurrent pending executions of this function if one of them fails. And it then throws the exception from the first one, which in this case is safe because this combinator is scope bound. It has to be a boundary break from the either block. So I was trying to figure out whether this also works for different stuff, like here. So we have an either block here, then we have a supervised block, which is basically Ox's way to say, okay, I want to open a scope in which I want to freely fork stuff, but I want all the forks to be closed before we leave this scope. So yeah, it does what we would kind of expect. It forks everything as fast as it can, and then it went to 20. I think it doesn't go to 20 always. Oh, it actually does. Compile request. No, cancel it. So the bottom line is that we don't need a lot of that stuff that I was doing in the scraping job. We can safely use OK. We don't need to do this dance here. So we can basically just do OK in all of those lambdas passed to map_par. Okay, I'm gonna go and grab another tea. Be right back. Okay, welcome back. Got a new cup of tea. Go away, I'm coding. Um, yeah, so like I said, we can now refactor this piece of code that does scraping for us and start populating the table for our views simultaneously while scraping that. Just to get around the SQL problem a bit faster. I guess in the end we will still need to figure it out because it's probably more efficient to just do that in one big query. Yeah, but we will see. Hi, strongly typed. So what kind of hours would fit you better? I was thinking about doing streaming on weekends, but it's a bit more taxing to do that on weekends too. I'm muted from what I see from your comment, so you don't really hear what I'm doing or asking you. Yeah, but let me just respond in text maybe. When would you prefer that I stream? Weekends, maybe? Okay, OBS is acting up again. Yeah, I'm not stopping the stream again. I don't care. Oh, it's starting to work again. Awesome. Okay, so we have applied the migration. Now, what is the change that we need to do? Well, as we have talked before, this table that we have just added, let's see whether we can show table, I think it was. Projects with latest release. Show, no. My SQL view is so absolutely horrid right now. I'm kind of sure that it was show table. What the hell? Do we have? Oh, we don't. Where's Chrome? Ah, it's here. Show tables and yeah. DT plus. Is there a SQL command for that? Describe table. Is it command enter? No. What is the shortcut for that? Control space? No. Command space? No. No. Describe. Oh, it's not describe. DD in PSQL. There is no easy way for that. Okay. Apparently, the best way is just to go to the migration again. So it is a compounded table out of two entities with one entity aggregated to fit the other one. So the main is project and the artifacts are aggregated. So in our scraping code, we have to mirror this logic that we want to get. And it means that we need to do some changes because for now our grouping logic here was kind of dumb. It didn't really care about how it was grouping stuff. But we sort of need to care about that. And we have to do some filtering and selection to put correct data into the view table. So this part is just fine. We still definitely need to pull the project and upsert the project. Now, artifacts, that's a bit different thing. I think we get all the artifacts in one go. It's not paged in any way. So we actually need to do grouping logic here on artifacts. Because do we go through all of them? Yeah, we do. So in groups of 20, we then insert them. Yeah. That's not really gonna fly now. Because we have to, on this level of artifacts, so what do we get? We get this case class. It's group ID artifact inversion. And scraping. We fetch all the artifacts, and for each of them we need because does Ox have streams? Oh, hi Mihai. So yeah, I did announce the stream 2 days ago. Don't worry about catching up. I'm fumbling around, and it's really going slow because I'm trying to get into the flow again. Does Ox have streams? I think you could say so, because what Ox has is not really the same thing as you would, if you're familiar with Akka streams or FS2. It is, kind of a separate concept. A stream is just a data type that you can run, and it actually, it's the same thing with the two-stage programming model for both Akka streams and for FS2 Zio streams. You just construct stream and then you have to run it, right? So with Ox it's a bit different, but only to some degree. Let's go to the docs, and it's actually called sinks and sources. So the names also kind of looks, they look superficially similar to what you would expect in streams, but actually what happens underneath is that those, streams, they use channels underneath. So like, what would be the best grog brain explanation is just cross, channels. But they are not the dump channels that you have in Go. There are additional methods that you can use to transform stuff. So those are like cross-thread, or rather thread-safe queues that you can push from one side into and read on the other side. And transforming sources is kind of interesting bit of a documentation here. So you have a lot of stuff that you would normally expect to have on, collections and things like that. Probably not, the amount of combinators is not as rich as you would have in FS2. And I'm also kind of anxious about how easy it is, or rather how ergonomic it is to work with something that was represented as fusing in Akka streams. I think in FS2 you also have control over basically when you change the thread. And I do recall that on my first read of this documentation, it wasn't really obvious. I mean, it was kind of obvious that on every operation it means that there's a separate thread. I mean, virtual thread. So not really a thread, but still it's not happening, you know, kind of like fusing worked, because fusing in Akka used to just put the, you know, some piece of functions used. If you used several map calls in one go, Akka streams used to, I mean, it's still used, so it still does that. It takes those maps and puts them into a single actor, so they happen on the same thread. Those map calls happen basically in one block on a single thread, and it is massively faster. You don't have any overhead of doing whatever thread negotiation that you have to do. But if you do this with multiple virtual threads, that's not as easy. That's not as performant, I think, because you still have some yielding that has to happen to Loom. I'm not really sure about this. I haven't looked at the sources yet. I guess it is possible that it will do something like that. I mean, not run every single lambda on a separate thread, even if it's virtual thread. But yeah, it's probably something that should be discussed with Adam, and maybe we can get into that later. We'll see. And yeah, I'll try to have you know, correct schedule probably from the next week, but we'll see. Okay. So going back to our scraping. So the class that we get here, the artifact, it only has 3 properties: group ID, artifact ID, inversion. And we pull all those other things using the artifact info. Now, we have 2 goals now. One is that we want to store all this information that we pull, so basically feed data into those 2 tables, because we want to use this data later on, but we also want to fill data into this table. Now, this grouping logic, I think it's not going to work for us, because it basically prohibits us from doing correct aggregation. So I'm thinking maybe we should just take a small, well, it depends whether it's gonna be a small memory dent or not. That depends on how many artifacts are we going to get for this project here. Because if we do full join without grouping, so we just do a map on artifacts, and for every artifact we just pull this artifact info, we will end up with having, you know, a collection of tuples of all artifacts and all artifact infos. Probably not really important, but I kind of dislike doing sloppy stuff. So what can we do? Because what do we actually need? If we look at this table, how do we have to query the data to be able to provide all of this information? And now that I'm looking at this, oh, I think I botched it. Where's the version? Organization, repo, group ID. Yeah, because we don't want artifact ID. And artifact name? Artifact name is last version. Oh god, I'm just brain off. Yeah, so we have last version. Okay, so what can we do? If we do this, we definitely can see um, what we can see all the versions available for the project after this call. Yeah, let's final either. Or maybe let's say 5 artifacts. Yeah, and let's for time being drop this completely. This will complain. Will it? Or just probably not? Well, it should. Because this shouldn't compile. Oh no, it's unit. Okay, it's fine, it should. No, not artifacts. Project. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And what I would like to see let's try and do artifacts for each print line. Version sorted. Now, what I'm thinking about, I mean, this is probably not going to work because I want to get the latest version, and that's a tricky bit. Sorted. Let's see. It's probably not going to do anything. What? Okay, auto toppling doesn't work anymore, I think. That's kind of good, actually. Oh, why did it fail? Users. What? What? Parse exception. Readable transform. What? Scraping 44. How the hell did it happen? Here? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I think I have an idea what is going on. So we are using dev version of Scala Dex. And oh, I didn't write. that the link is, well, let me fix that. So what I have to do, I have to pray that Adrian is available and has some time to deploy this branch again to Scala dev. That I should have probably just told him to merge that and deploy to prod. But we didn't finish the whole scrape. Hmm. Okay. Let's see whether I can get him to deploy that. If he doesn't deploy that, that's bad. Adrian. Oh, okay. So he's kind of available. Hi. I'm trying to scrape it again live on Twitch. Would it be possible to get that PR deployed again? I promise this is the last time. Okay. So that's not good because the current deployed version doesn't have this API at all. So base URL, scraper, scraping. Where do we create this class? Okay, so if we go here, oh yeah. Yep. It's not good. Okay, he said that he will try to deploy it. So we don't have to go through the SQL route, which is good. Okay, so let's try and think about what we actually have to do here. Either way, we can check this thing in the database, the versioning thing. I don't think lexicographical sorting is going to work with versions. Am I wrong, chat? So we have version, right? Let's drop the "and here" clause. And we have multiple versions. And let's try and see whether Postgres is able to sort that, right? Order by version. Descending, ascending, descending. Let's say descending. Yeah, so we should have the last version will be 100M7, M8 maybe. That's the last version. I don't think it will work. List candidate. Or maybe Semver is smart enough. Let's drop the limit and see what's what. So R is further. I never wondered about that, really. I never thought about that. Is Semver lexical? Yeah, apparently. Cool. Today I learned. Um, okay, so this should just work. I mean, all the bets are off, I think, if you do something like that and append commit hashes, right? But we are not going to worry about that, I guess. And we are just going to assume that all the versions start with proper assembler versioning, and whatever happens later is not a big deal. Um, yeah. So, oh, it works. Cool. Yeah, so back to business as usual. Yeah, I mean, um we already know that from SQL, so I don't really need to look at this. Um, so we need a group by on the version. No, Copilot. Mm, I mean, no, that doesn't make sense. Artifacts. No, it does make sense. Or not. Okay, that's a big chunk of JSON. That's just projects. Yeah, I closed the window here. Uh, yeah, artifact. Okay, we don't need to group by, there's just a single version. Um, yeah, Copilot suggestion is the easy way out. Just scrape info for each artifact and be done with it. Damn. Um, can't seem to figure out what I actually want to do. So let's walk through my intents. Oh, yeah, cat alert. Oh, just a moment. Say hello. Say hello. Cool. Okay. What? Cool. Um, so, what I want to do, we have artifacts for the project, right? And I want to select the latest version. Now, yeah, I do. Yeah, I think we do have to group them by versions. It's just that we don't see this here. Uh, we could just I mean, at this point, no, it doesn't make sense because we are going to have just a single version for the artifact, or not. So confused. Yeah, I seem to be bouncing off the idea that there's a one-to-one relationship between artifact info and artifact, and it does look like it. Yeah, because it's using artifact ID. Ah, god damn it. Yeah, an artifact ID is unique on platform and language version. Yeah. So we are going to have multiple artifact IDs per version. So yeah, we have to group them by version. Okay, I'm trying to get my brain out of a hole. So yeah, artifacts group by version. This will give us all the artifacts that belong to the same version. Now, oh cool, I have cat fur in my tea. Nice. Um, I think tree map would be useful. Tree map works with keys, sorted keys, right? Probably import Scala collection immutable tree map. And for each just to take a look at what we get. And what is the it's Scala today scrape, right? Oh god, uh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Yeah, played myself. So artifact IDs, they don't have artifact names in themselves. That's really crappy. I mean, is it in the end? this is a separate artifact. Grouping them by versions. Oh, we can, yeah, we will lose data if we do this. Shit. I'm really, really trying to figure out if we can do this without fetching all the project infos into memory. And it doesn't seem like it's possible without, at least exploding this. So I know that we can safely assure that the suffix will be always after the... It will be... oh, will it? Probably not. Is there a convention for that? RC, SJS, yeah, there are two. So what happens if takes much more tinkering, I think. Like, oh yeah. I think it was, no, it was person, right? Or was it a person? Yeah. Let's see. No. Where artifact ID? Oh, that's just syntax error. Cool. Now, let's go further. Just trying to prove a thing to myself that it will explode if I try to do this way. Do we have something like that? It catches any case like that? No. There's definitely nothing prohibiting users from using underscores in artifacts and artifact IDs, right? Because if there was, our suffixes wouldn't work then. So we can't assume that. I really don't want to write code to explode those things on this level, especially given that I can just fetch the artifact info and there's proper, clean artifact name field there. Okay, so maybe let's not group by versions, because what I want to do, I just want to limit the amount of stuff that we do in one Perl query to the API, to limit the amount of stuff that we have to put into memory. We can group by, let's say, we won't be doing tree map then. We can group by am I right? No, I'm not right. Artifact ID, group ID. Yeah. I did notice that. We could just do this by group ID, I guess. Still not very good. Wait, does it even make sense? I mean, how many possible group IDs can we have for a single project? Not many, I guess. Probably stupid. Yeah. Hmm. Looks like there is no easy way out. I really want to avoid a situation where we pull all the artifacts with the artifact info for a project, because that might be quite a lot of data. And I know for sure that there are projects that have a lot, really a lot of data in this way. I mean, it's probably me just being overcautious because in the end, you know, Scala is fine pulling all of this stuff from memory. It didn't truly explode when we were using the old API. I mean, if we pulled all language versions together, yeah, it sure did run out of memory, but that's just bad practice. But we are missing crucial part of information to discern what we are actually trying to group things by the artifact name. So mm, artifact info, group ID, artifact ID, artifact version. Oh god damn. Okay. Yeah. So we aren't going to do this. I don't want to waste more time. I don't have any better idea for the moment besides just working on artifact ID and splitting that. We could take a look how difficult this is in the Scala Dex codebase. Mm, 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 mm. This, I think, in Scala Center, not Scala Fix. Pinned. Oh yeah, cool. Um, guess maybe data. Maybe I could try searching this way. Release. maybe the semantic version class. Yeah. Okay, where's the parser for that? Ordering stable. Oh. Oh, okay. Not great, not terrible. Let's see whether we can just borrow that code easily. Is this? Oh, it's not published at all. Yeah, makes sense. It's a full application. Why would they publish submodules? Okay, I would have to just literally pull it out of here to do this. Does it because it's semantic version and we wanted? No, I'm looking at completely wrong thing here. Maybe artifact. Artifact name plus platform. Artifact dependency on Maven reference. It's also possible to create new key for artifact reference group. Okay, and keep on type Maven reference artifact dependency. Okay, so they aren't. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Because it's something that they just get from Maven. Yeah, it's an interesting bit of information. Yeah, so I promise that I will return some feedback on how this API works and whether it's useful. We do have a problem, so yeah, let's get this feedback. Now, the dumb thing that we can do, I think it's safe for at least time being, is to just drop the approach of grouping, just to artifact here. Let's just fix the indentation. Now, yeah, this will load everything into memory, basically. Oh, and we can fix this thing because we don't really have to worry about that. Yeah, we don't need this. We can really just say okay, and we can even simplify that, I think, further. It's a good question whether this is readable for people. Dear chat, is this more readable than it was a moment ago? Should we do this, or is this is this more readable? What do you think? And we can also, do this, but I'm not really happy with that. I think we can also drop the. Yeah, I'm not really happy with that. We can drop a temp, I think. not gonna throw anything that we aren't expecting. Yeah. Mm, oh. Oh yeah, it's not necessary. Um, so this will stop if any of those requests fail, and it will fail at this level. Um, yeah, for now, yeah, let's assume any error is a complete stop. Obviously, we will do something for retries. I think we already have, yeah, we have an import for that. So I think we can just, we could even just do a retry. No, what was, yeah, retry either. What is the correct import here? That returns an either. Let's go to docs. Resilience. Control flow methods? No. Utilities? Probably. Retries. I'm just blind. Oh, it's a free function. So we could, I guess this. And it takes a policy as a first, yeah. Takes a policy as a first thing. Retry policy. The syntax for that is retry policy, let's say, is there a jitter thing? Yeah. So yeah, it would kind of look like this. 3 attempts, right? 3 attempts, initial delay 100 milliseconds, maximum delay 5 minutes, and jitter. What kinds of jitter do we have? Full half of the calculated backoff delay plus a random value, the other half. Okay, yeah, looks kind of fine. So this is what we could do for that to handle errors. Oh, we don't have an import. Fix using Copilot. Yeah, let's see. Garbage. Garbage, no. We just need... we can drop this, import Scala, concurrent. Yeah, should be fine now. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's maybe do this, because 5 minutes is a lot. We want to fail a bit faster, I think. Let's say 30 seconds top. So first attempt after 100 milliseconds, and then it will calculate the jitter up to 30 seconds. Cool. I mean, I'm wondering why this isn't done with an extension method on, because this is already, it has to be taken by name, right? So why don't we use an extension on a by name argument? You can do this, you definitely can. So we would then have the nice chaining like we have with functional effects. It would be just, retry either on this. It would work, I guess. Um, so yeah, just wondering. Um, artifact creators. Artifact creators are the entries to the second table. Then we throw all of them into the database. Absurd. We don't have to do this. That was my brain fart. Yeah, should be just this. It's quite nice. Okay. Mm. Now the missing bit. Um, artifact infos, artifacts. Okay, so they aren't correlated in any way right now. Would probably make sense to do something like yeah, we have an AI and then just artifact. Let's make it a bit more informative. Yeah. Now this doesn't work because we have and this should work. Mm, but this allows us to do more interesting stuff. Okay, artifact infos. Now, this is the bit where we want to do the actual logic to prepare data for views. So yeah, it's the same situation with version. We have artifact info, and I guess artifact name would be the first thing to group by. Let's comment this bit out. Vector of artifact info. Okay. So in this grouping, we can then filter, order by version. We don't need the scribe info. AIs. Order by. I might sorted by. Is it fine to just now? We want different versions, so we want second grouping actually. Dot one. Mm, and now, yeah. Mm, 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 mm. I would like to see a bit more information here. Actually, we could do head option. Is it even possible that we would have? No, it isn't possible. We can use head safely, I think. I mean, it's just a throwaway code. Anyway, but mm, sort by release date had. Should I? I mean, maybe let's just look up everything. Mm, okay, really? Oh, there is a version in that too, so it's redundant. Yeah, let's just run and see. Okay. Oh, it's sorted by release date. I mean, what the hell? Oh, it's grouped by version. Hmm. Do I need to do group by version, by the way? I definitely need artifact name, but I just want the latest version per the artifact name actually. So yeah, it's probably just stupid. Oh, come on. Okay, that's probably not necessary. Has to be at least one. By artifact name, sort by version. 001. Yeah, we should be. It should be possible to fairly, easily check what is happening here. Let's just take this storehouse algebra. 210, and we have a wrong version. God damn. What are the versions available? Why do we have version 10 here? Scaladex has broken database. Storehouse algebra. So 15, but let's see. I think it was def now. What's the URL? Index def. It's 15. I'm doing something really stupid here. I think it's time for climate control. What the hell? Okay, I'm kinda stumped again. I for each. Oh, let's maybe do this with the sorted version, and let's see what we get out of this. Okay, so we have this algebra thing. Oh my god, I'm just goddamn dumb. Yeah, um, I can't do this way. So I have to take not the hat but the last. Right. No. The hell? Why 10? Ah, excuse me. Okay. This makes sense. That's cool. So, is sorting worked? I mean, that would be surprising. It is. I need a different ordering for string then. Mm-hmm. Yeah. God damn, my brain is completely screwed today. I think I should have taken 2 days off. What? You have an idea what I'm doing wrong. True. Dear chat, am I remembering things wrong? No, it makes sense. Uh, why do I have this weird feeling that it should just work? But, well, the default string sorting, the ordering instance, isn't lexicographical, is it? Let's see what shit GPT has to say about that. Where do I have? Is that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so something is off. You know what? We have a piece of code that does this. I think I'm doing that wrong, and I will need to parse versions. Either way, so, which is a interesting bit of information. Because wait, did it work in SQL? Order by version. What does it do? Well, it works. Hmm. Scripts. It is using something from the model. That's an auto. I mean, it's a copy. Yeah. So yeah, and Bisum, my friend, came up with this piece of code, and I think it does the same thing that piece of code in Scala did. So it parses Semver basically. We had proper parser written in Scala. Here we have regex, but it probably doesn't make any difference really. It's a good question which one is more understandable, regex or the fast parser. I've kind of tempted to just take this code and use it and parse this using semantic measuring. Why doesn't it just work? I mean, dear chat, am I losing my mind here? So this is before sorting on December, and apparently we already get stuff in proper order from Scala, but I wouldn't like to trust it, and I sorted on December. Yeah, but both things make sense in my head. I don't know why. So Mm-hmm. I'm probably doing something completely stupid. Okay. So that's a no. Why the hell? What the hell is going on? No. No, it's the same version. It has to. Yeah. It's the same thing. Mm. I fucked it up. Hmm. Yeah. Makes sense. So, am I reading this wrong? Oh, this is just for release. Okay. Um, gonna be lazy. I think it will end up with me lifting a piece of code to handle that from be some scripts. Yeah, you have to basically. Yeah. Okay. doesn't matter. Okay, stop. I don't need it. Ah, goddamn. So yeah, the easiest thing to do is just to borrow that piece of code. What? Mm, Bison, not Bison. We are in. God damn it, Scala today. Yeah, so we will just borrow this piece of code. It's easier to pull out from Bison because I know this code base, and there's no testing for that. Nope. I think we had tests for that. No? Oh my. Not great, not terrible. Let's see. Mm, let's see. Let's do this. Import Scala today. Semver? Is it semantic version? What? Oh, I didn't pass the. Oh, goddamn. Wrong directory. And this doesn't work because of? Just compile that. Okay, I don't think we are using that right now. What is the problem? No? Funny. Uh, but it did compile 10 minutes ago. So what, it suddenly cannot resolve Bison CFG? Am I just failing to look at the error? Where is this used? Main, no, that's binary. Ignore. So it showed up after I passed this, right? But, oh, 2 packages. God damn. Cool. Oh, cool. Sorry, just have to moderate the chat a bit. Okay. So now we should be able to run rep. Mm, okay, cool. We have this vector. Mm, excuse me. Okay. RC1, RC2, C2, O15. Yeah, looks like it's working. Yeah. Okay. Small hiccup, but yeah. Okay. Dear chat, I think I will do a small pause. Or maybe, let's maybe get to a point where we run the scraper and I will jump to grab a lunch when it's running. So we have the grouping by artifact names. No, I don't want that. And we now want to sort AIs. Now the small problem is we need to do another transform. Yeah, no, that's not what I wanted. I want to do actually it's even simpler than that. Parse art version and then art AI. Okay, and that allows me to then sort by the first thing. Oh, it's okay. We're just gonna, in this case, we're just gonna assume that if it doesn't parse, if there's a sender that doesn't parse, we're just gonna stop the pipeline. So we can sort by one, which is semantic version, and take the first one. Is it going to be now? It's sorted reverse order, so we are gonna do this. It only works for integers and numerics. So we're gonna take the last, I guess. Cool. And let's see whether this makes any sense. What? Okay, there's a second method that is less strict. Let's do a quick verification. Oh, god damn. What is the... Oh, I don't care. Let's see. I know that those storehouse things were all 05 of 015, but is storehouse itself 015 RC only? Okay, it seems so. Yeah, looks fine. No. So I think we have the latest version. Mm, I think we have to store this because what we need to do now is find all the artifacts of the same version, because we don't now have to do the aggregation step, right? So that's the last version, but it takes only one artifact. So is this everything that we want? Yeah. It's actually arts. Cool. Mm, no. Oh, what am I doing? Um, yeah. Mm, yeah, let's see. Does it do what I want? apparently. I think it's for storehouse. The thing was that it was for 210 and 211. Am I right? Or 211 and 212. So it should. It looks fine. We can just make a very small check. Yeah. Let's say core. Two 12, 211. Cool. Okay, so we have the aggregation that we need. Yeah, let's comment it out. It looks like it would be helpful to have some logging here. So maybe, yeah, let's maybe see how this works out. Now the last bit, to prepare us for insertion. Oh, we are also obviously going to need some additional DB code. Artifact creators, no, Copilot, you are wrong. We need to aggregate that, and we need to have this thing to insert those views. We need all those classes. Project creator, project role, project repo. So we're just gonna, get inspired a bit here. Copy that. Project view creator, maybe. Let's take the table structure and put it here. Okay, so we need to have project ID. Yeah. Now org, true, repo, true, group ID, but we don't have artifact ID. We have last version. ID. Oh, that's interesting. So it's not gonna be. Oh shit! Did I? I think I botched the migration with this serial. I mean primary key. Shouldn't that be from the insert on the first thing here? I think it should. We have a project role. We observe that, and we have the ID for the project. I mean, we can just skip the dance probably with creator. ID is only necessary for the library to generate proper repos. Thank you. Hello, by the way, Adriana. Organization repo, group ID, last version, artifact name, project FK. We don't have project FK. Release date, offset time, yeah, licenses, IRA, language, and that's gonna be IRA again. Okay, that's a duplicate. Yeah, we don't need that, but we do need this. And how did we call this project with latest release? Same case. Okay. Now, we do need a repo. Let's maybe improve the name a bit. Project with and Copilot, come on. You know what I want to do. Yeah. Okay. Absurd. Oh my. It did a lot of work. It's probably right. Excluded. Do update site excluded. Oh. Why is it proposing that? Oh. Yeah, this actually makes sense because this table is going to be updated. So actually Copilot understood that before I did. I have to take a reminder of this Postgres syntax. Yeah. Okay, so basically insert everything beside the ID. Group ID, let's check. Netflix organization repository. Oh, now it's interesting bit. Because we have this unique index here on the table, we pass this to Copilot so it's aware of the fact. Org repo. That's probably a blunder on my part, I have to say, because it is possible to have, yeah, it's definitely possible. To have multiple artifacts with different names for the same organ repo. So yeah, like we have kind of like storehouse here, or we could have Twitter Algebird, I think it's called, the project for data processing. So if we have this, means that multiple, it's good example here. We have multiple artifacts that have definitely the same project. Shit. So unique, not gonna cut it. What was I thinking? I mean, I was wondering about whether we could, yeah, because if we did something like artifact name, suddenly this makes sense. Should we just do v3 or should we roll back the database? I mean, it's a problem with Flyway, because if you want to have rollbacks in Flyway, you have to have enterprise license. That's kinda bad. I mentioned Laravel on the previous stream, and it's also a thing that it has been bothering me for the whole time I've been working with Java and Scala and JVM, because um, it's such a basic thing. It's such a basic thing to have if you are working on, basic CRUD websites, or even, if you are doing APIs, it also is useful to have proper thing for migrations. And this is something that has been bothering me. We don't have migration tool on JVM, at least I'm not aware of. I don't know if Liquibase supports that out of the box or not. We can check. Liquibase rollback. I mean, besides Liquibase using XML in horrible amounts, that's mostly why I keep away from it. But rollback today into rollback count. Okay, they have something like that. Is this paid feature or not? Workflows, open source workflows. What are the database limitations? No, it's probably possible with Liquibase from what I see. Let's ask our dear. Oh, MindMap crashed. Cool. Hmm. Blah blah blah. Okay, so that it's this is the thing that I was thinking about, rollback count. So what I would like to have is basically the same thing as here. I'm working on stuff, right? I'm working on an application. I did a migration in development, not in prod, on my local database, and I would like to just roll back single migration that I have botched. And with Flyway, rollback. Last migration. Last time I checked, yeah, exactly. As a commercial only feature. On the migrations. So, how this works. I'm not sure if you're familiar, probably not, with Laravel. So quick explanation is that when you create a migration in Laravel, you just build, a class. Oh, they can even, they have anonymous classes now as migrations. I would actually prefer that to be a well-named class, but whatever. They have two functions, up and down. That's all. That's all you need, actually. It is your responsibility to, make sure, and it's actually a good practice mentioned in docs, that you should do up and down before applying on prod. And, it is not exactly easy if you are working with larger databases. Migrations are tricky, and figuring out if you are doing them correctly probably requires some proper testing in integration environments to see if you are not, for instance, locking too much or things like that. But it's built in. into Laravel, and it has been there, I think, from basically forever, from version 2, I think. So very, very basic feature. You work on database, you can apply a set of migrations and then roll back them at your leisure. Liquibase apparently has this. Maybe I should just switch to Liquibase then. But, flyway. You have to pay if you want to roll back a migration. So what's the what's the best move here? Because they basically force me to do version 3, drop the unique, and create a new index, or just leave it unindexed. I don't know. Yeah, but it's something to consider. I mean, maybe we should just have our own solution for migrations in Scala. That's what Taylor, the author of Laravel, did. He just built his own. So it's probably one of the best possible approaches. You control that then. So I need a new file. I need a version 3. Fix constraints. SQL. Oh yeah, the awesome fact that I have to remember how you do that. So I don't think it was drop index. What would be name be of this index? PSQL. Sequence. What was the command for that? Yeah, name. Gundam. Just D. Alright. Dump. Project latest list. Okay. It's a controversial thing, by the way, in migrations to do if exists. I always thought that it's a good idea, and then I read a thought-provoking blog post that if you do this, you're actually operating on multiple states. Like your migrations don't crash if something is missing. So it's kind of like JavaScript, elastic, but there's a probability that your migrations don't really do what you think they are doing. Let's see. Should we add the third one, the third column? So artifact name, basically, should we add it? We only want to have the latest possible release for given artifact. So I guess we should do that. We'll see whether it bites me in the ass again. Okay, that's basically the same. Organization repository, artifact name. Now, how do we run it? Scraping had this first step, right? I want to just, run just the migrations. Oh, cool. What did I fuck up? Cannot drop constraint. Projects with later release. What? I think I need to prefix that. No? Nope. DDL is again my Achilles feet. Maybe on? I don't know. No. GPT help. Schema name. Okay, well, should work, right? We did check that it's on this table, and this is the name. So no on, it should be just prefixed with the name, right? Yeah, it's this. Schema projects related release does not exist. What? What? What the hell? Since when? There's a create table in the migration before, and the same, drop index doesn't work. Cool. It's tempting to just do this manually here, just to see whether it works, but it will change the immutable state, and migrations will stop working altogether. Why isn't it working? So if I don't mention the table name, it will tell me, no, not this. It will tell me, well, there's a constraint on, it's on this table. You can drop it from the table. Okay, I'm trying. So you can drop this, but on this. Do I also need to, fully qualify it to do this? Why? Okay, what was the wonderful schema is in public? Okay, let's do whatever. No. Cross database references. Cross database. Dear Liquibase, what are you trying to do? Oh my god. Okay. Cross database. Schema. You know what? Let's just ask GPT about this. Maybe they did scrape correct set of questions on Stack Overflow about this. Yeah, it is. I know it is. I want to drop it. Drop constraint. Oh, that's a necessary step. Okay, I'm not gonna protest. It's the same thing. What in the hell? Index does not exist. Line 4. So that this thing is not necessary? No? Oh, it's not. D plus. D plus. Okay. Cool. Getting really hungry. So, yeah. Let's try and get this done quick. Unique projects with latest release. Okay, and the excluded thing. So we have conflict artifact name here. Organization repo, group ID, last version, artifact name, everything. Oh, project ID. Yeah, I want to insert project ID actually. So that's why we don't do a creator. So insert into project ID. I want to insert project ID. I don't want it auto-generated because I want to reuse the one. Project ID, organization repo, group ID, last version, artifact name, project, release date, licenses, language platform. Org, repo, group ID. Yeah. P. Was project ID. Repo, group ID, last version, artifact name, project, release date, licenses, language, platform. Okay, looks fine. Now the update set. Group ID. So should we update the project ID? That's a good question here. If it is possible, because the conflict is on organization repo and artifact name, right? Because it's unique. Is it possible to have multiple conflict clauses? Probably. Let's see. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Interesting. It doesn't really matter because the project table, from what I recall, yeah, was unique in this regard. So from what I recall, if we have a write for project, we will get, the correct ID because of this absurd logic. So that's fine. I always wonder, when people use Spring, my exposition to Spring is minimal. I did some tutorials, um, well, years ago, like 6, 7, maybe. I never was really interested. So if you are using Spring, and maybe you know, maybe not, if you're using Spring and you are building a CRUD, this is basically a CRUD, right? Do you does Spring handle things like this? Like, we quickly get from simple inserts, if we want to do something, less absolutely trivial, we quickly get to queries that have to handle on conflict, for instance. Does Spring generate such, complex queries for you, or is it just handling the, most basic cases, just like the library that I'm using here, which is Magnum. So Magnum doesn't have operators for absurds, which makes sense given how differently this is implemented and how different things you might want to do. Like, for instance, we could have I think we have to drop this because this is conflicting now. We could decide to take, not update one of those values, and then the code is very, very hard to do if you want to do this in a generic way. So just wondering if you get complex queries out of the box with any any solution like that. I know that for sure that Laravel and Rails don't do things like that for you. You also have to write SQL. Maybe they added it, but to my best knowledge, nope. Okay. Hmm. Select project. Okay, organization repository. I mean, we could do this with just project ID. Oh, wait. mm, yeah, it's completely botched. Oh god, we can't have this as the primary key. Oh god, what's going on with my brain today? Oh, it's physically painful. I'm doing dumb stuff. Okay, so it's not one-to-one relationship between the first table, the projects, and this table. It's one to many. I don't have primary key on that. So we have to drop the primary key. I mean, actually, we have to migrate it to this tuple. Fuck. I'm disappointed. That's PV, PWLR. I didn't add the extension. Cool. Okay, alter table. Yeah, we have to start with this again. Drop it. Yeah. Mm, let's see the ideas that AI comes up with. Oh, well, not surprising. We just have to do the same dance as we have here. Um, so this is the primary key. So we have to drop this. So it's alter table. Yeah, and it's primary key. Now we want this. Are there um, yeah, it is possible. Yeah, to use primary key on multiple columns, right? So we should be able to do this. No, we want this. Mm, where's the code platform? I mean, what am I thinking about? Um, DB? No, it wasn't DB. It was in scraping, right? Oh, it's already in this state. Come on, work. What? Oh, I changed this, right? What's the problem? So how is it called then? Oh, V4 does not exist. That's not exactly true, I guess. Is it just lying about the name? No, it can't, right? That's the name. So when we created this name, so either name doesn't work, really? Line 1. So it's telling me that it's cutting the name. Okay, is it a problem with Flyway? It can't be. $63. Is it true? Okay. Okay, so we have this identifier, and it's... How can it not exist? It's right here. Come on, Postgres. Drop constraint. Okay, I know. Cool. Um, doesn't exist. You know what? I'm kind of losing patience here. It's all garbage because we don't really need all those additional migrations. We are only doing that because Flyway. And you know what? yeah, we're gonna just fix stuff by doing that correctly and just dropping the database. We want artifact name here, and we don't want a primary key here. Yeah. Okay. Now this calls for some violence here. So yeah. What was the correct syntax for cascade? Was just cascade? Apparently. Problem solved, I think. Yay. Cool. We have no relations, exactly. Yeah. So we're gonna start with clean slate. Voila. Suddenly works. I mean, have to say, really have to say, that PHP is eons from us with usability in this simple use case example. It just works there. So I guess the same could be said with JS. They do have migration tools, I think. It's just always surprising to me that on JVM having, high productivity tools isn't a big, priority. I don't know why. I mean, do we even have anything that would be remotely similar to Laravel or Rails? We had Grails. I think it's dead now. Well, the website it exists. Okay, that's good. Interesting. I'm very interested whether they actually use Grails. Haven't heard about Grails for 10 years now. I did a project in Grails once when I thought that it's nice to have, more succinct language on the JVM that is also more scriptish and allows you to iterate faster than I understood what types give me, and I never looked back at Groovy. So yeah, flat learning curve. That's actually not true. So it exists, but I guess yeah. Let's see whether they have any story for migrations. Single page user guide. Why single page? Okay, because it's one huge page. Okay, Gorm. They had this thing, the ORM, which is, from what I recall, it was basically wrapped Hibernate. Data source. Oh yeah, automatic database migration. What does it mean? Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, Liquibase or Flyway via plugins, and they have. I'm wondering whether they just generate the migrations for Flyway or Liquibase from the classes, because it seems that they create a database out of that. Question is, what happens if you already have migrated and you change something on the class? Update support very conservative. It won't make any changes that could result. Direct rename. Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. Hibernate is right about that. Yeah, that's one of the things that I wouldn't want. I mean, we could do this in Scala. It's actually fairly easy, I guess, um, because with metaprogramming we could quickly do diffs between a database and what case class has. But that's one thing that you actually I don't think this should be automated if you aren't if you are thinking about not only prototyping but actually maintaining the code. I don't think this approach is something good. um, Actual migration classes like what I've shown in PHP, I think they have a lot more sense in this regard, because you have more granular control, and this is one thing that you shouldn't do in a way that you don't fully control. Migrations are just, it's too easy to break things in migrations. And, it can be a one-way ticket, actually, if you do something really wrong. But okay. So apparently we have this. We didn't. I think we didn't finish the DB code. I mean, we didn't finish reviewing what Copilot came up with. So project. Half of that shouldn't never change. Like project shouldn't change if we have unique on organ repo, right? Because it's basically just this slash this. So yeah, but whatever. Maybe there are cases when that makes sense. I don't know. So yeah, project ID. I think we should update that. In weird case where project ID changes, when I don't see that case, but yeah. Group ID, last version, org repo, last version are out of the key. Artifact name is in the key. Project release date licenses, project release date licenses, language, and platform. Okay, cool. Okay, this looks promising. Okay, and this is completely borked. Org repo artifact name is required. Yeah. Yeah, cool. This probably should work. Mm-hmm. So aggregation step. I'm just gonna quickly grab a cup of tea and we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back. Okay, so where are we? We want to complete the aggregation step and create the class to actually insert that. So we know that we are in this project here, right? In this scope. So we have project ID. Now we have all the artifacts with the latest version that we have selected here by sorting. And let's quickly refresh my memory about this. Were we absolutely positively sure that the ordering is correct if we do this? So that, oh, why? Oh, I didn't import that. Yeah, the last one is the highest version. Cool. So here we have everything, and now we need a fold actually. How did we call this? It's a project with latest release. Artifacts for the latest version. Now, this is gonna be interesting. So, should we do this with a fold left? What is the easiest way to do this actually? Because with fold left we still have to provide something. Maybe with reduce we actually know that we have something, but the problem with reduce is that we are on what those are tuples of. Oh shit, reduce will be painful with this type. Fold would allow us to change the exit type, but we need a 0 element. So coming here, can we create a 0 element for this? Because yeah, this can be empty array, empty array, empty array. This could be offset from 0 basically, and then we can just do a comparison. We want to take the highest, so we always take the winning one. Project is first of the columns that are tricky. Artifact name, last version. Last version, we know last version here, I guess. I mean, any, those are going to be the same versions, so any of the versions is the latest version. The last version. Now, yeah, what are we going to miss if we do this? Exactly. Latest version. Oh, that's not interesting. Is too short string rendering exactly the same that we got, or not? Not really. So it's parsed. Now that's a correct question to ask here. Whether this is, the toString here, is toString completely isomorphic to what we read? So could we write a property test that would go through parse and then toString, and we would get the same thing? I wouldn't think this would hold. It wasn't tested this way, so it probably wasn't written this way too. It's a utility class, so maybe we can just improve it a little bit, like this, and yeah, it's gonna complain. Cool. Apply. Let's say let's say that we're gonna do synthetic ones here, synthetic here on in these constructors. We're just gonna do synthetic strings, parse, right? So we want to preserve the original. Yeah. And now, provided that we take the version, the original field, we are safe. It's gonna be the same thing that we arrived with. Repo, what is next? Latest version. Do we have latest version? Is it? Yeah, it's a semantic version here, and we want to use original. So we get the same thing that we have got from Scaladex. No, that's not a field that exists. Org repo group ID. Group ID. We're missing group ID. Last version, artifact name. Project release date. Wait, so we have the card? No. Okay, cool. We don't have that. So do we have info? Oh yeah, we have this one. Wait, that's not true. I mean, yeah, in project is true. Okay, we can do this for project, but the next bit, we can't. So we have release date and things that are aggregations actually. So this is the release date we have to do. Okay, I think we can start with anything, and the one that we know is the highest will win anyway, so that's probably fine. Licenses, language, platform. Yeah. But that's that won't fly. That's IRI. Immutable array. How did we call it? Is this the problem that you have? Oh, last version. I mean, we can do this and just aggregate them as we go. So this is empty. I mean, the 0 element. Accumulator and all the current rows. Okay, Copilot understands that we want to aggregate those things. There is only one bit that is missing, it's the release date. If it's, it's offset datetime. Shouldn't we use, dear Copilot, shouldn't we use the API if info release date? Oh, it's long. Okay, we can't. Cool. But yeah, it's just Unix timestamp, so we can just compare that. Okay, and it's already, yeah. Cool. Yep, looks fine. And this gets us project with latest release, which we now have to upsert. So do we have a repo? We don't have a repo. Cool. Oh, yeah, we need a transactional boundary for that. Yeah. Okay, so database is empty. So we are gonna take 5 projects and see what we get, right? And since we are upstarting, we are free to do this. It's not a problem. Would just just to be the safe side. What do you think? Should we by the way handle retries inside of this method and hide this fact that it's already doing retries, or just wrap everywhere? I think it's better to leave this concern to the user of the API. Oh, it's not okay now. It's just either. Cool. Yeah, it's an interesting. Yeah, it's a good thing. So if we do a retry either, we get a compiler if we do okay combinator here. That's very nice. Scraper, get projects, okay. Maybe, yeah. Oh yeah, and we have to do okay now. Cool. I think we have all of them. Scraper, free calls, and the last one is just finalizer. Okay, so we uncomment this. Should be fine. Okay, let's try and run the scrape and see the state of the database. Okay. dbeaver. Let's see. We don't have all the artifacts, so we can drop the where. We have some artifacts. Yeah. Cool. But let's see projects with latest releases. Does it look like it makes sense? Let's see. Let's copy this. Go to Sonotype. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, I recall that. We can't use this one because this is hosted on a different. What's the correct word for that? Different repository, basically. Well, Maven. Okay, that's a bit. We went overboard with small amount here, so take what 25 projects. Shouldn't take much longer. Oh, Ox has been released in version 02 already. Wow. We have to bump. Wondering how many things will explode. Oh, cool. Awesome. Our parse tolerant isn't very tolerant, to be honest. And the exception doesn't tell us. So, Scala free. But that was fine. 120. Maybe starting to think that maybe I should have stolen the code from Scaladex. What is the pre-release build metadata? It cannot. Short version cannot. Mm. What did we get? Holy shit, what the hell? Ah. What my question is, why cannot it contain? Because apparently somebody did this, right? I guess if it was 010, library would work fine. But apparently this isn't fine. Ah, tiresome. So Scala Dex. Was it here? Yeah, artifact ID. Uses fast parse. Oh my god. It's like, stealing half of Scala Dex to do this because we need more stuff. It's entangled. Shit. Versions are hell. Binary version. No, we definitely don't want to do this. It's like taking half of this model directory to make it work by just stealing this part. I mean, the only obvious immediate benefit is that we know for sure that this works. It's probably even tested. So, so Scala Dex isn't published, I guess. Because why would it be? Yeah. Infrastructure server, no. Cross project. Nope. Oh god. Okay, so it's a mess. What can we do about this? If we can't get a semantic version out of some version which, looks like garbage, what should we do? Should we just completely drop this record? Completely ignore it? Yeah, maybe, but maybe Mm, maybe we should, for the sake of sanity, we are going to assume that this is 010, right? That it isn't 001. It's not the major. I mean um, the first segment. Um, it's not that major is missing. It's that the patch is missing. So if patch is missing, maybe we can just transform this and do not, you know, do this thing here. I'm wondering what was the original problem. Why this was created as an exception. Um, because we aren't, thanks to the fact that I have put this original field, right, into this class, this thing. We have original, and we can store it in the database. We don't have to worry. I mean, about the fact we only use semantic version class for ordering. So I think that the best approach would be to, we have less than 3 parts, right? Mm, let's see. What do we get here? Starting to get really, really hungry. Oh God! Come on. Yeah. What did we get? 0, 1. Oh yeah, makes sense. And just split it on the dot. So let's do the hacky thing then. We know that the last part is the problematic one, right? So split. To list. Do we need it to be? Let's see. Because we need to take the head element. Yeah, I think the head element. What? Parts. List one. Yeah, exactly. So patch pre-release metadata. It's not actually true because this garbage is completely different. And it doesn't matter. We only want to do something like parts drop right 1. We want to drop the last part, right? Then we want to do, so we know that there are 2 parts actually, so we are just dropping the second thing. Now what we want to do now is parts is an array, it's an array, whatever, with last segment head. We know there has to be a head because it is split, right? It did contain plus. I mean, if we arrive at a version that is 1 dot plus or 1 dot minus, I mean hyphen, we're screwed anyway. So this code will explode. Right. And then yeah, let's oh yeah, and we wanted to add 0 here because we want to add, oh, and we can't do this way, shit, because we know for sure that those things, right, so we have to append this after we complete this. Yeah, this is the base version, and yeah, something like that. No. Oh, and we don't know what they had in there. Because it's an or. What can we do? Maybe instead of using contains, we should take an index off, and then we can just substring the reminder. Because what I want to do, I just want to insert this missing patch version so that parse is fine with that. So yeah, let's see. Can we somehow? I think it's easier to just use actual like this. Yeah, exactly. So this code is going to be duplicated. I don't really care currently. Fill parts to list Y. Fill. Oh my god. No, it doesn't even use index. Copilot, what the hell are you talking about? So the last bit. Parts last. So it's split by dots, and now we know where the index is for plus or hyphen. So this is going to be minor, right? And now we want to do, yeah, somehow No, not really. Let's do this step by step. Mm. So we have parts. Yeah, we don't want the last bit. Yeah, minor version. Yeah, this makes sense. And now we only want to append this suffix. Base version build metadata. And no, we just to append base version with suffix. Drop index. Yeah, it actually makes sense because it will drop amount of chars until this. And yeah, this is probably, anyway, we could probably just put it into the handle um, do we need anything else? Parts and yeah. Okay, let's see whether this improves the situation. We probably, I think we had this right with with hyphen. Chip visual test. We probably should start writing some tests very soon, or we are going to, well, get a lot of dumb breakage. Oh, cool. Okay, looks like it worked correctly, but that's Scala free. Wow, cool. Okay, cool. Version 2.0.0.0. This works. How do we parse? Shit. Can't parse a semantic version. Somewhere 102. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Parse. It doesn't fit the regex. Oh my god. This is I'm starting to miss the mess with the SQL, actually. Hmm. Well, it probably isn't a semantic version. The thing is, people publish artifacts with whatever versions. Semver isn't the only possible standard. Scala itself doesn't really follow Semver, I think. Um, so I think Scala, I at least used to use. I don't know if there was a change on the version 3 of the language. If there's anyone from the compiler team in the chat, that would be interesting to know, because it used to use the Haskell's versioning scheme, and I'm quite sure about that. So Scala did follow the versioning of Haskell. Yeah, PvP. And yeah, they, for instance, have things like that. So Semver isn't necessarily a correct choice here. What can we do? I'm wondering what is the library that is causing this. Because either way, we still have to perform the same logic for whatever that is. So strict Semver doesn't really make sense, right? And it could be 2001, and we still should have proper versioning for that. I could just make a small attempt that if any artifact crash at this stage, we just we just ignore it for now, and we don't update it. It will end up in the database. So yeah, this will catch it. Oh god. Okay, whatever. funnily enough, we don't do this in one go. So we should probably even prevent that from bubbling up. So the either shouldn't be on the outside, I guess. Should be on the inside of the scope. Let's see. Errors for S. Okay, 25. Yeah, looks kind of fine, right? Shapeless. We see shapeless here. And yeah, makes sense. Oh, we... I didn't duplicate that. Oh yeah. I guess it should be on the level of this class on the DB, but it can't. It's fine. Okay, we can fix this quite easily, I guess. Let's just take distinct on every step, and that's fine. Okay, I'm wondering whether this will update that actually. We have this scheme that on conflict we set field, so it should, in theory, update that. Let's say it's shapeless. It's the project ID 87. Okay. Shapeless. Yeah, they're shapeless, and yeah, we have deduplicated that. So yeah, this looks like it works. That looks like it does what we want. Let's drop the constraint, and I'm gonna go grab a lunch. So yeah, let's drop this and run the whole thing. Cool. It will probably explode, so yeah, fingers crossed. Okay, I'm gonna grab a lunch and I will be back in like 30-40 minutes. See you then, chat. Welcome back. So, I usually don't drink coffee because it makes me a bit shaky. But today my brain is so rotten that I have just decided to give it a go. So let's see. Um, let's check the progress of parsing. I mean, oh wow. Well, that's interesting. It crashed the whole scraping program. So um, a lot of those versions are just yeah. Let's put there basically anything. I think we'll have to either modify this versioning code or find another way to do this. Because I don't think we can proceed with sane assumptions about the versions. I guess maybe we should just treat the this bit as a single entity, a single string. I think that that there was a snippet in Semver documentation, right? Mm, oh, this is 1.0. Oh, okay. So maybe that's the problem. Semver 2. Oh, well. No good, no good, no good. Yeah, well, anyway. And first, with letters or hyphens are compared lexically in ASCII sort order. That means, yeah, that's fine. So maybe maybe we should just make it very tolerant for any dumb stuff that library authors might do. Like, what the hell is that? There's a lot of those errors, I guess. Yeah. Oh, cool. I mean, yeah, yeah, but we can't prevent people from doing that. So the class that we have, it has only three ints. So what should we do when we encounter something like that? Treat this as what? Release? Pre-release string? We could probably treat it as pre-release, but on the other hand, it will well, if we have in this, if we treat this as epoch, so this would be an epoch, major, minor, and patch. If we treat this as part of the strings here, um, it will break. So I guess that we should probably. I'm not sure how many libraries. If we encounter like let's say 5 numbers, maybe maybe we should do something less, bound to conventions of semantic version, and maybe instead of having major, minor, patch, have a sequence of ints, write and this compare here in a bit better way. Mm, okay, but this is structural. Yeah, but if we have all the ints here, maybe let's start with parsing 4 digits here. Because what else can we do, really? I mean, I'm curious, to be honest. I'm very curious how this version comparisons should work, given that nobody really cares about proper syntax for that. So it's Scala test Mockito, and let's check what's in the database from artifacts. Where artifact name Scala test plus Mockito. Okay. There's probably a lot of them. Is there? No, just 24. Okay, so but it shouldn't stop our scraping and, insertion of all the artifacts, right? Well, did it? Or maybe not. Mockito. 233 artifacts for Scala test plus Mockito. Okay, so if we have this ID, why do I see 24 artifacts only? That's the project ID, right? Or project FK. Okay, so those they have different artifact names. Maybe, maybe I'm just blind. Yeah, it's Mockito 3.4. I'm just blind. So artifact name. Yeah, and I wanted to see what happens if we do order by version. Does Postgres know somehow? No, it can't, right? Ah, that's ending. Oh, yeah, it's broken. It's broken the same way as what I've seen in my program. So yeah, this is the highest version in the 3.2 line, the 3.2.10. Okay, so yeah, the database wasn't doing anything special. I was just looking at a bad example, and yeah, doesn't solve this. So we would have the same problem with SQL approach. We would have to do this in SQL without, we would probably have to implement some extension to handle versioning of the projects properly, which would be bad. So maybe it's better that we switch to doing that in Scala. Okay, so I guess we have to make this less strict. There is no other way. We have to make it less strict. So maybe we could add epoch option and none. There is no epoch for stuff usually. Oh yeah. We know that we don't provide those things here, so we can just put none everywhere. Now here, oh yeah, parse. So version regex, it won't work for us. Sorry, I have to take a very quick break. We'll be back in a second. Sorry for the small detour. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, we just need to pass none here. And the last one, oh, it's fine. Okay, parse. Now, this regex, it won't do what we want because it's a semantic version one. Maybe we could just, make an optional capturing group here and it would just work. Maybe, or maybe not. Let's see how this is implemented. So, would it work with optional groups? Do we even have optional capturing groups? Yeah, we do. Patch per release, that's... Oh, it just returns nulls, right? So this would be a bit tricky. I'm a bit anxious about, going through modifying regex that isn't well tested. And I don't think we have a battery of tests in Python for that. Okay, there is something. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's the funny bit. It's the same thing, right? Yeah. So there is a test file. Let's borrow this test file too. Might prove useful now. That's so confusing. IntelliJ didn't do that. My muscle memory keeps coming back and breaking things up. Okay, so we have a test. Does it still compile, by the way? Oh, nope. Oh, it doesn't compile. Cool. Let's restart metals. Maybe it will figure out that we have added something. Okay, this actually makes sense because we are not adding all those additional options that we have added here. Yeah. So the original string is missing. Yeah, this should compile. This should compile. Why doesn't it compile? So first three arguments are ints. Then we have three options, and then we have original, which isn't optional. Should work just fine. Why doesn't it? It's probably calling one of the applies. Yeah. Okay, I have to improve that. Improve a bit more. Oh, small issues. Oh, right. I'm completely blind today, really. Scala today. Um, I'm probably making changes that weren't really necessary. So, yeah. Ah, yeah, that's broken. I think we have to pass this original everywhere just to be able to tell compiler that we don't want it to put any strings into wrong places, because of positionality. Does it compile now? Okay, apparently. So this one, it takes the string as the original, and that's not really true. Yeah, okay. Now this compiles. Now let's see whether it tests. Cool. Did explode. So I did change something that broke stuff. Epoch. Pre-release none. None. Build metadata. None. Which case is it? This one. Hmm. Why would it fail? I mean, probably wrong apply is being used. Pre-release build metadata. Pre-release should be none. Uh, Metadata. Okay, this makes sense. So we didn't get metadata. We didn't get, we got, oh, so position, oh yeah, makes sense, yeah. Because, yeah, I've added stuff to the, that's probably why this fails now. Shit. Uh, yeah. You know what? I messed up. I really messed that up. Yeah, and that's, by the way, an interesting case of a scenario where people say, oh, well, you don't really need um, specific types for each field. You don't really need new types. Well, if I had new types here, this wouldn't have happened because every separate field would work. So what is happening currently is that those smart constructors, those constructor methods, these applies, uh, they have some of the fields that are um, not only optional, but they are also um, they have default values, and it's kind of tricky to figure out what is what is what right now. So the best way to solve this problem beside using actual new types that I don't want to do right now. I definitely don't want to create, the whole new typing infrastructure here to do this. Is to just use named arguments. So this is major, this is minor, this is patch. Or maybe, we could just do this for this thing. So let's go patch if we do this way, we can see that, okay, so this is now epoch, and none is none. So if you have an option of string, an option of int, none still fits both. So it's a bit of a problem. Epoch pre-release and build metadata. Okay. Now build metadata. Those three things can stay as they are. Epoch. So we have a pre-release, we have build metadata. Okay. Does it work now? No. Fails in the same way. Awesome. Obtained 100, epoch none, pre-release none, build metadata some. And this is the test for this. Why? Okay. So this is epoch. Yeah, there's one none missing here. Cool. Okay. And it's gonna be the same family of problems everywhere. V001 rather V, right? V001 snapshot. Yeah, none. No? Oh, come on, Metals, why don't you show me which applied it is? God damn it. So, in the test, this is passed as pre-release. Do we have... What's the problem? Oh, original is... Why? Those tests wouldn't know about original. that should be exactly the same thing. Obtained. Why was it stripped? What the hell? How is it even possible? Pass. Original is not the same. How is original? What the hell? Basically, but we are. Do we ever construct original? Oh yeah, fuck, we do. That's not the original string. Shit, it's bad. I think it still needs the original. I assume that it's gonna be the original string, but no, this parse tolerant variant, it just throws all the unnecessary garbage out. So it has to be not a version. It has to be original. Okay, that's actually good because test just found out that I made a completely incorrect assumption here. So version. Yeah, and same here. Version. Same thing here. Version. Okay. Failed to compile. Oh yeah, I've changed the code here, so it's in scraping, right? Why is metals not showing that the code stopped to compile? Assert equals. No, it has to be in test, Semver test. Okay. Okay, here we have the problem that we had with incorrect ordering, of course. None. Yeah, that is missing one none here. Format 001. What is this 001? Where's this version? That's a different test, isn't it? Format 001. Yeah. Oh, on a snapshot. Expect obtained without snapshot. Why isn't that? Oh yeah, makes sense. So this constructor is broken because it takes this as an original. Should be yeah, it will be this one. What can we do? Well, short format 011. 011 doesn't have snapshot. The same story, right? Original. Copilot? No? No takers? Thank you. Same story here. Did it break? Status ready. Okay, are you ready? Really ready? I don't see you as ready. It's not doing anything. Yay. Fix the test. Okay. So much yak shaving. Okay, so our semver. Let's get back to the epoch problem, which we have to solve because, what we are really, what is the real problem is the fact that blah 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 blah. Yeah, we have things like this. We have things like how the oh god damn it. We have libraries with 4 numbers like here. So epoch would help with this. Now, how do we parse that the epoch? So none of those will make sense. Now, we probably have to modify the regex. I'm wondering if we can just simply, because the whole problem is, if we do this, so optional first group is very, very nasty if subsequent groups are of the same kind. I guess it's actually the fourth position that is most interesting for us. Now, the whole thing has to be a capturing group that is optional. So this is the syntax for the optional capturing group. But usually we have just 2 dots, right? And those dots are here, here and here. Now, I'm still wondering whether we should, even maybe we shouldn't even try going with regex solution, which is, regex for semver version 2. Yeah, it's cool that they have this, but it is probably fine-tuned to assumptions that correct semver does, and we already know that we don't have semvers only. So what we can do is, and I kind of dread this, we could rewrite parsing engine a bit. I mean, it doesn't have to be rock solid for now. If it just work with those tests, that would be awesome. Because what we need, we don't need the precision of the regex that verifies that this is a correct semantic version. We don't need that, but we do need to have this certainty that, okay, we are parsing each of those segments as a number and storing that in those fields here. So if we modify regex, that would be kind of like something like this. Okay. Now, what comes next is a dot, which is in the capturing group, which is optional, because the dot is also optional. And then we have something like this, I guess. Now this probably breaks all of our tests. Yeah, pretty much. Most of them are gone. Which is massively disappointing. It's a massive pain. Now, probably we can solve at least part of them by just handling the proper, I don't know whether this will work, but we can try option of maybe epoch. And if there is something like that, try to tune that. And we need a, come on here, no. Oh, we can drop this. And now it probably will, it didn't improve the situation. Epoch, none. Worrying that my small changes to the regex didn't really work well. Let's go to regex 101. If you don't know the service, this is absolutely glorious for working with things like that. Let's take something from the test that fails and let's see why we are having this problem. Okay, this one is pretty good, I guess. Okay, it doesn't even match. If we drop our non-capturing group, yeah, it does match. I think I just forgot one thing here. Maybe it's as simple as that. Oh, I think it is. So what do we have here? Because it has to be marked, the whole thing has to be marked as optional. This was the not the optionality of the group, but just marking it as a non-capturing group. Yeah, but it matches. This actually makes sense that group 6 is this. Let's fix this here and see whether that improves the situation. So I forgot about this is the first, second capturing group, third. Now here, okay, this is the numeric group. Here, yeah, it's missing. Oh wow. Well, it just works. Cool. Yay. That's happy case. But you know what? Let's add the string, the testing string that we have somewhere here. Oh, wow, Zio, AWS, EKS. Okay, they have this wonderful versioning scheme. Um, let's see. Let's see what's up. Can we parse this? Semantic version. Now, yeah, yeah. Now this has to be, if I'm right, we don't have an apply for that. So I guess the best way to construct this is, because if we do something like this, I think, yeah, that's correct order. Maybe it will just work like this. Yeah, it seems like it does parse that. So yeah, that's a massive improvement. It seems that we have fixed the problem of epochs. Now, that doesn't solve the problem of epochs if we have 5 numbers or 6 numbers. And I am quite sure we are going to see that, because in my tenure in data platform engineering, I used to see artifacts from Hortonworks platform. So if you haven't worked with data engineering, it is a product where you buy a whole open source. It was open source back then. I'm not sure whether Cloudera still is, keeping that open source, but you were buying a package of services and software that back then Hortonworks helped you deploy onto your fleet of servers to build a data swamp. So a data engineering platform, and it contained full Hadoop with a lot of additional stuff. And one of the core, I would say, business proposals from both Cloudera and Hortonworks was that the platform itself was versioned, and this versioning meant that engineers at Hortonworks and Cloudera, Cloudera later on bought Hortonworks. It happened I think 5 years ago, maybe 6. But back then, both those companies, I think there were 3 actually companies providing distribution of Hadoop ecosystem. The platforms were versioned themselves, and also, well, they were aggregations of different pieces of software. So big chunks of Apache software and other libraries that were used with that. So we quite often encountered things like a release of, let's say, Kafka client that was double versioned. It was versioned first by Hortonworks platform and then by the Kafka client version. So I guess we can still go to Maven repository. The service does have multiple repositories indexed, and there is Hortonworks repo here. Yeah, so you can see, I think it happened 4 years ago, probably, because the cutoff of published packages is kind of big, and when Cloudera bought them, well, all of that went to Cloudera. So if we go here, can we let's say Kafka client, if we do this, and how do we mark? Oh yeah, we can check here. Closures, repos. No, I would like to find one from HDP, but it's not that easy apparently. And if we go here, can we just, oh cool, okay, Hortonworks, Kafka, whatever. No, Cactus, Bouncy Castle, Berkeley DB. No, those are proper versions. Strange. Maybe quartz. No, probably not. Either way, failing to prove my point, but um, we've seen versions that had like 2, 5, 6, or 265, I think it was 265, 3, 4, 0. And, you know, our small hack with additional epoch number won't solve that. So my only hope is that Hortonworks isn't really in the Scala text, really, because if it is, Cake Solutions, no, no Hortonworks. Maybe it's not. Apache Kafka, no. Yeah, you know, we'll see. We'll see. If we encounter more, I guess best solution will be to parse them to a sequence instead of, you know, static fields. And yeah, and we'll see. So some things will work with that what we have done now. Other things won't. So this will work for a minute and then fail again with the kinds of versioning schemes that we don't cover yet. Hmm. Where are the errors? It's suspicious. I always expect my software to fail, so I'm always surprised that it works. Uh, okay, that's. I guess this is going to be an ongoing effort. Something that, yeah, we'll just check logs for failures. Maybe we will make it fail on improper versioning once we have more of, you know, working stuff. But it seems that, yeah, we can probably start slowly moving towards the thing that we really want to do. So front end. Okay, so HTMX, HTTP, yeah, migrations, and yeah. Let's see, by the way, what's the query performance from this table that we are, you know, interested the most right now in. Um, select from, I mean all from projects with latest release and order that by release date. Why doesn't it suggest that? I don't know. Descending. Okay. Now this is interesting. Is this something that we want to have on the front page? Because what we can see here is that the repo Lucuma React did a release, right? It's this version. We can check whether this is the correct thing. 0651 Lucuma React. Sonotype? 0651. Yeah, 11 hours ago. So yeah, our query at least makes sense. Yeah. Um, that is fine. But the thing is, do we want to show all of that stuff? Because the query is fine itself, right? That's good. And it shows all the artifacts for the project. Now, I mentioned that in this design, I would like to have, let's let's try and mock it up a little bit, right? So that we can see how we want this to look like. So it's in templates, I guess. Yeah, here. In this mess. I have to say it is a bit harder to read this when it's not pure HTML. Table head, row, header, TD, okay, TRTD. Okay, so let's see. What kind of columns do we want to have? Well, I guess the first one would be project, right? And that's where the problem really shows. So if we have project here as the first thing, and then, well, we will have, this is one project, right? Organization and repo. Then we would have 16 entries from the same project just because they did the release in one go. And it kind of it's not as useful as I would like. So maybe what we actually need, and yeah, that's me changing requirements for myself way too often. But what we want, I guess, is to have project, and well, maybe not have each artifact per row, but have it like per project per line. And if you click on that and we expand that, you can see artifacts from that project. And then on in this expanded view, you can see which artifact was published, because it's entirely possible that somebody will publish just one artifact from a project. That's exactly, by the way, what is happening with Besom. We don't always push everything to Maven when we publish. Au contraire, actually we push provider libraries only on bumps of the minor version, because that's our let's say binary compatibility guarantee. It's actually both with source compatibility too, but the thing is, it is entirely possible that release for a project will be for just one thing from that project, so just one artifact. So if we have this table, and I really don't want to change this structure anymore. I mean, it's probably not a good idea to do this anyway, because this set of data is actually exactly what we want for this expanded view. So it's fine, but we have to query that in a way that shows us more data, and that actual limit of the query will be dependent on how many um, actual projects we pulled. So that's another SQL pickle that I don't really have an idea from the top of my head how to solve. Um, do we have any SQL masters in the chat? I have to say my SQL is pretty rusty. So let's maybe start with getting the structure of the table to the GPT. We will basically drop this. We don't need this anymore. Okay, cool. New conversation. I have a table with a structure like this. Cool. I also wanted to ask, did you anyone in the chat, did you already switch from just Googling stuff to asking one or another AI model? I mean, for dump searches, Perplexity is awesome. ChatGPT is good too. I mean, it's more like a source of inspiration, but it gives hints, I would say, where to look for stuff. I wouldn't say that answers are really correct. They aren't, but it's a hint where to look for stuff. But I'm using less Google than I used to, so it is a change that I noticed that happened. It is, I would say, better for me. How do we want to say it? Kind of returning 10. I don't think it will understand what I mean. That's the problem with communication. Basically, you have to express yourself clearly. Let's see what it comes up with. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't really go to Stack Overflow that much right now. I used to go there very often. Is the new answers really mostly GPT? Because there's this policy that they've basically banned any attempts at providing answers from GPT. They can't really really discern between stuff written by human and stuff written by GPT. Beside obvious heuristics like the things that GPTs always, all the AI models always say, like those specific expressions that they use, and I'm sorry for something. You can probably do something like that, but it's a result of the supposed safety built into these models. So the safety features make it more easy to spot that something is generated by AI. But I don't really think if somebody uses an unlocked model for generating those answers, is it really possible for Stack Overflow to find that? I mean, to detect that somebody is doing that. Okay. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah. Row number over partition by organization. Yeah. It should probably do something relatively sensible. Oh, but this isn't going to be fast, I think. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't even... Why order by project ID? Do we have to have this clause here? How can we verify this, that it works? Yeah, it's no use. We have to think about this actually. Yeah, use the CD to rank the projects based on organizational repo. Yeah, that makes sense. But the problem is we have to... I think we are getting back to the same problem that we had on previous two streams, which was how to order with CTE. And that's why we started doing the view table. So in a way it was a failure, this approach, because we have a dedicated table that we still have to aggregate up on. Was it at least fast? 7 milliseconds. Okay. Yeah, it's good enough, I would say. But the problem is it doesn't return stuff as I would like it to, I think. Why do we only have 39 rows? I don't know. Oh, we don't... No. Oh, I understand what they are doing. What the square is doing. So, row number, no. Why only... No. No, let's see what happens if we run the subqueries. New SQL script. We don't need this. I mean, project ID. I mean, we could... it should be just here, right? Project ID. So it would work. And there's always one? Why? That's strange. I think we kind of botched it, didn't we? Okay, it's still going. So the database, will get bigger and bigger. We need some a good example. Do we already have Scala? And I don't think we would. What letter are we on? Okay. What do we have in this table with this organization? Ah. Okay, just two rows, so it makes sense. But we had uh, something that we were working on before. What was the org for that? I think it was from Twitter. Twitter? No. Come on. Must have been. Oh, cool. Yeah, that didn't work. Awesome. Twitter Storehouse. It was just Twitter? Oh yeah, apparently. Okay. So yeah, let's use this because we've looked at the storehouse. We kind of know what is happening with storehouse there. Twitter storehouse row number 1. That's not exactly what we want. Excuse me. It just rolls them into, it's doing completely the wrong thing. Oh, so yeah, I think we have to just approach it um, with usual thinking approach instead of tinkering with whatever shit GPT tells us. So the actual steps that we want to do in this query is I want 10 projects that had updates, so releases to them, the latest. Now, I want 10 projects, but I also want all the rows that belong to them. And yeah, I could have a separate table, by the way, for projects with, just, org, repo, and last update, last release. I could have this. And then it would be just a join. But we should be able to do this with this table, with just this table. So, thing is, we want to have 10 projects with latest releases. So it's definitely a group by. Maybe it's just a question of doing a union or joining two subqueries from the same table. That might not be very fast on the other hand, but let's worry about that later. So let's start with the first thing that we want to do. 10 projects that have had the latest release dates. So we have multiple artifacts per project, right? Meme ID. I wonder what that is. So if we look at this meme ID, it has several dates here, and we would like to have max of that. So we want to do a group by query, and we want to do a group by organization and repo. Yeah, yeah, I need some aggregation function. Yeah, and we can take whatever was in the group by, right? So I can take both of those things. Yeah, and we have this as latest release date. Cool. Now, fun fact, what we want to do, we want to order by that latest release date. So order by latest release. Can we do this? I think we should be able to do this. Descending order. Yeah. And it makes sense. This was the repository that was coming up first. Here? No. It was Mockito. Where did we do this? We had a query that showed us this thing. Definitely. I mean, we can just quickly write it. Select all from project with latest release order by release date. Desk limit 30. Yeah, and we get exactly this repo. So this query does what we want it to do. That's very good. Now, organization and repo, I think, are part of the yeah, I want 10 different updated projects. I want 10 projects that had updates, the most recently. But I also want all of those details because we are going to just, render HTML, and we are going to, I don't know, probably use something like Alpine.js to do an expanding block where on when it's minimized the row will only show this project has been updated recently, and I don't want to spam the table with projects that have like 20 to 40 artifacts. There are projects like that, Tapir for instance, or if we were to publish a new release of Bison, that's what 159 modules. I mean 159 artifacts from one GitHub project. So you would scroll through Bison updates for like half an hour. So no, but it should be possible to see that. That we had an update to Bison. Let's say we release 04 version, and there is like those 159 artifacts, maybe more right now because we have added 2 new things. So it's over 160 right now. So you don't see, you only see, okay, Bison had a release. It's the first row, it just had a release. You click on that and you see 160 artifacts in the expanded view. Probably scrollable because otherwise it's not gonna be readable. But yeah, that's the thing. We just want to show the project, and if you expand, you can see all the artifacts. And yeah, that should do it. How fast is this? This is actually quite fast, but this is just a part of this, because yeah, this is something that we want. Now I think we have to join it, basically. So this is our main limit here. If I do 15 here, it will take 15 projects. So this is fine. I mean, it's not per organization, it's globally. Just to comment on your latest comment. So let's take this here, and this is going to be a subquery. Select all from I think we have to do this thingy now. And then an alias for the subquery. It's projects recently published projects were join. Now that's another thing. How do we want to do this? Should we join, or should we use this as in? It's probably not a good idea to do this as in. Can I edit this thing? Collapse open with. No. Oh, come on. I think I'm missing one thing here. So I think I'm missing the version here. And it's a tricky question, by the way. Because versions, I can't just max on the version. But I can. I think, join on the latest release date. Can I? Huh. Let's see. Join. So recently published and RP repository. I'm just, shooting in the dark here, thinking what else I could do with this repository. And well, we have this, and maybe where PW release date, but that, I don't know. Maybe let's not do the where. The problem with version, we will get back to that. It is a problem, but maybe we can calculate the version and just pull it in Scala out of this. Let's see. Okay, it's actually kind of fun with the caveat that we pull all the versions. So yeah, we get all of that stuff. So we do need to get the version. And it's tricky because we can't put the version into the group by. I would be fine with any version that is, that comes from a row that has this max release date. But that's not how aggregations work. So maybe let's try, because if we do where RP, where PWLR release date, I think that's how this was called here, yeah, release date equals RP latest release date, it will do somewhat, it's somewhat what we want, but it's just because those artifacts have the same release date. For some reason, it doesn't mean they have to have it. So how many, without this line, how many 0651 versions are there for Lucuma React? Oh shit. Bad choice. No, run it again. Probably more of them. But you know, it still doesn't matter. We can't just do this where here. Uh, how do we specify? How do we fetch the last version from this subquery? Because if we do something like max, that is garbage, right? Oh no, I borked that. Okay, it works for some cases, I guess. But it's comparing strings, so it's doing just plain lexical, and we need version comparison if we want this to work correctly. So this is broken. Oh goddamn. Yeah, but you know the thing is, latest release date is probably fine. Oh my, how can we do this correctly? What do we get in this, by the way? Yeah, aggregations of those things are fine, I would say. Mm, it's just that the versions are not really, you know, perfect. Wait, but those are different artifacts. Maybe they weren't updated. So it might be doing the right thing actually. Because I keep forgetting we have per artifact name table. This is part of the artifact name is part of the primary key. So wait, and this table isn't ever going to have duplicates, right? For yeah, it has to be updated. The last version will be updated because artifact name can have only one entry. So organization repo and artifact can have only one entry. So last version will be bumped. So I guess it's fine. Maybe there's absolutely no drama here and it's just fine. We have 109 rows. How do we verify that actually? Okay, so Gemini HLSW J5IK something. Yeah, it's here. It should be, yeah, just one artifact. Again, Gemini HLSW Lukuma catalog. It's here. John with all the stuff. So it is a single row here, right? Yeah, John, single row here. Yeah, yeah, it's actually I'm dumb. Uh, Davenverse, Google APIs, HTTP4S. Cool. And every single thing here is it's actually a different artifact name. Yeah, it is a different artifact name. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, it does everything what I wanted. I'm just... Cool. FS2 gRPC, what it was the last thing, right? Yeah. It was the last thing here. Few artifacts. Cool. Just, for the sake of sanity check, type level and organization and repository. Repository equals fs2 grpc. 3 rows, which makes sense. 3 different artifacts with latest versions. Cool. Cool. Looks like it's exactly what we wanted to have. Great. So, since we have our query, and it's not even that bad, I think 14 milliseconds, yeah, it's gonna be fine. And does it, yeah, it only joins stuff on the primary key, so it goes through indices pretty nicely. Is it still working, or did it fail? I don't know. Oh, it failed, yay! Oh, we got to this point again. String semantic version. Compare, okay. Cool. For input string, yeah, to ints. Oh shit. Why didn't it parse correctly? Integer, that it's out of range for integer? I don't know, let's see. I mean, we kind of need to put this query here into the repo class. We don't need the transactional context, it's just a query. Probable project with latest released. Yeah, let's make it a vector, please. Yeah, that's not the query that we want to run. Now, this library does have a very nice, a very useful feature that I have contributed, or rather, I helped to contribute that. So I started discussion and then came up with some ideas about how we can implement that, and then library author did re-implement that in a way that fitted how he wanted that to look like. So the feature I'm thinking about is that there's table info in Magnum, and that's very, very nice. Unfortunately, from what I recall, you can't use that with IntelliJ. For now, it works with metals, specifications, feature-proof queries. Yeah, that's the segment that was so nice. So we can have information about the table. And this is actually a macro, and it's a transparent inline macro. So that's why IntelliJ won't be able to understand the type of this thing here. But it has very, very nice properties. So it allows us to do this bit here. If we change the name of the column here, so this is a column actually. This is the column that exists in the database. If we change it here, if we refactor stuff, it will also refactor, so fix all the queries that we have written by hand. Very nifty if we have more complex structures. You don't have to run tests against the database. You don't have to run all the queries in testing because it's it's refactored in one go. So it's like mass rename, but it's type safe. Okay, so we will definitely need object project with not a process. How did it arrive at this? Did it import some garbage thing or not? Project with latest release. No, I don't need that, thank you. I want table. No, actually. Table info. I want table info. So table info. Why 4? If it only takes 3, I think. Project with latest release and int. I think it was the last bit, wasn't it? Yeah. So creator, entity, and ID type. And now here's the magic of the Scala compiler. So we have full insight into the structure of this table inferred from this case class, and we can now we actually should rewrite that, because this is the problem. If I now change, let's say, project to project subpath, let's say, if I do something like that, now this query will fail if this matches what happened in the database. If we do a column rename in the database, this will fail. But we can do better now. I mean, let's do a big T. Let's do an import here. And we can even have the name of the table now. I think it's T table. Yeah. No? Has to be. How did it work? All column names, correct. Table is not accessible? Come on, why? I don't get it. Why did he do this? That's sad. It's there, but I can't use it. The author made it private for some reason. Well, we can do this thing here. It's the alias. So that was what project? We just replaced project ID, right? Cool. T release date, T what was the called licenses, T licenses, T language, and T platform. Okay, so less stringly typed should work pretty well. Oh, we can replace that, I think, here too, and here. Organization, group ID, was it group ID? No, repo. Repository and artifact name. Okay, the update set, yeah. I wonder, its column name, it should work, just I'm not really sure it will. It's positional. If it's column name, I'm afraid it will put question marks into. I'm afraid it will put question marks into prepared query. Group ID. We won't know until we run it, I guess. Tricky. Can I do the same thing here? I'm wondering whether this will actually work. The documentation, that's all. Oh, cool. It's just T. Cool. So the toString on this? Does it just stringify to the table name? From you. Well, yeah, alias you. So we can even alias that bit. Interesting. Let's see whether it works actually, because this upsert is used. So if this query is broken, it will immediately crash, I guess. Oh, well. Yeah, we don't have this query completed yet. Let's just... What? Oh, scraping. Cool. Okay, it is borked. So what it did, insert into, okay, values, that makes sense. Do update save message, column organization specified more than once. I did, I think, a mistake in this query. Did I? Oh yeah, I did. Insert into project organization. What should it be? Repo. Cool, it works. I'm wondering if I can do the same thing here, like, make it more type safe, because this is, inferred. Excluded is inferred in the onConflict clause. So T group ID. Let's see. Does this work? Is this? Oh, it works. Wow, nice. Hopefully. I mean, I wonder if there is an operator to show the queries that actually, Oh yeah, I did. Thank you for noticing. T project. T release date. I would like to see what is the actual, code, the actual SQL that is executed. Seems to work fine. I mean, it can be broken up the database right now, so yeah, that's why I would like to see what is happening. I don't recall if there is some way to do this. Probably there should be. So logging. If you set Java util logging level to debug, all SQL queries will be logged. Oh shit. That's the only way? There's no... Okay, there is a programmatic way, apparently. Get logger, empty string, yes. Set level for handler, get handlers, okay. Cool. Yeah, whatever. Let's see. We are entering via scraping, so... stop. Log manager, so that's import Java util logging. Thank you. Go away with that. Root logger set level debug. Hopefully. And for that means probably another import Scala JDK collection converters. Thank you. So that's what... Oh, it's an array. I don't need that. For each age, we're fine. Set it to debug too. Cool. Oh, cool. So it doesn't work that way. So there's no debug? Oh, right. So wait. If you set it to what? Trace debug, logging level to debug, but there's no debug. There's, I think, fine. Is fine debug? I mean, let's say all, and let's see what happens. It's not like we have some secret data here. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, a bit less, maybe fine. Let's try fine, okay? I just want queries. Certificates. Okay, maybe not fine. Where was the list? Here. Fine, finer, config, info. I mean, I guess that info is not what he meant in this docs. There is no debug, so kinda... Okay, now it doesn't log anything. Say, trace. There is no trace. It's fine, finer, finest. I guess the easiest way would be to, find Java util logging. Oh. Okay, interesting. Log. Okay, there's a log SQL function. Log level trace. What kind of level is that? Java lang system logger level. Oh, I might have mistaken the logging facility that he's using. Java util logging. Okay, but that is that Java util logging? Java lang system logger. Um, log. What is log? Oh, system logger. Get logger. Okay, so that's yeah, cool. That's definitely not this. So it's just Java system, Java lang system. Um, how do you set the no, it's Java util logging, and that's not what we want. We want this. Thank you. I mean, by a field that belongs to other rows, and use window function is required to functions. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think it works. I've checked that a little bit. You know, it's always a pickle how to do proper testing of SQL. Back in data engineering, we just used to prepare a small, a piece of a table, a smaller data set, and it was small enough to cover all the cases that we wanted to cover, and we executed a query against that. So we had pre-computed result for that, and we just kind of made a golden test for that. So the query returns what else it everything that we wanted to return. But in practice, it doesn't really it doesn't prevent bugs, because you only test what you have seen and the cases that you have thought of. So SQL query testing is kind of hard. I mean, is there any other way, by the way? Java system logger level. So is the stream hanging for you or something like that? I've seen that there are some issues from the perspective of Twitch. I would say it tells me average stream bitrate is too high. I will tune that. Let's make a note. Mm. I think they want 7K on a bitrate, and I'm over 7K. Average stream bitrate is too high. 7,832 kbps. Okay, well, a problem for another day. Or if it's really bad and it keeps breaking for you, just give me a shout. I'll try to figure it out now. Okay, going back to this. What is the? That's a new logging facility, right? It's from Java 9. I mean, new. If we can say the Java 9 is new with current version being 22. Cool. System logger. Yeah, GPT. Yay. No, no, no! 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 I don't want to do that. God damn it. Perplexity. Do I? Do I really? Perplexity, do you concur? Mm-hmm. Really? Why do people keep using that? System get logger. Can I just, get class get name? What class? Get class for, what is the class here? What are we talking about? Shit. Just Magnum? Scope? I guess. It looks like it's in the, yeah. It's in the package object. This thing. So wait, if it is, oh, it's private. Of course, it's private. For fuck's sake. God damn, I hate Java logging frameworks. Okay, the other way around. If we do this, get user context my logger, it's what? Which logger context is this? Is this Java util logging? Probably is. Of course it is. Log manager. Okay. So from Java lang system logger level, right? Okay, and there should be those, integer levels of severe wording info config. Fine, it's the same shit. What the fuck? Java lang system logger. Okay, that's bullshit. Okay, thank you, Metals. This is... Why does it go to Java util logging? Why? Fuck. Local public enum level. Okay. Debug is 500. So fine is fine config, typically mapped from. Okay, so we had a bit of code here a moment ago. This. So apparently I can probably just do this. I mean, system logger level debug. Hopefully it should be the Java util logging. Log manager. Oh shit, I forgot. Import Java util logging. Yeah. Log manager. No? Why? It's Java util logging. God damn it. I guess so. I just, kind of hate passing all those garbage flags or property files. It should be programmable from code, in my opinion. And maybe I'm spoiled with Scribe, which is sensible. Trace debug 500. So it's not this. It has to be different level, right? So, for fuck's sake. God damn it. So they say, okay, let's try config. So that's what this thing is typically mapped for, right? Config. So level config, which makes absolutely no sense. And it doesn't work. Fuck. So what was bigger than config? Fine was bigger. And on fine, I think we got garbage. Yeah, perfect, cool. Yeah, I definitely need all the information about set auto commit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, minus D, whatever. I mean, it will go through Scala CLI, so it's even something I think different. So if we do run with a -h, it should tell us what was the proper thing to do. Scala version. I think it's -g, right? Big J. Problem is, yeah. I mean, actually, that's basically what we wanted to see. No, that's artifacts. We wanted to see the insert for upsert. You know what? We can just grab that. It's probably least convoluted way to do this. So it was which query? It was this insert into T, and it was the name of the table is projects with latest release. So probably like this should be. Oh shit! What's going on? Where is it going? Is it going to? Is it going to standard error? Yeah, apparently. I think it's like this. Oh no, it's probably not. I never remember this syntax correctly. Which way is it, by the way? um, Yeah, it's this way. Mm-hmm. That's very nice, but this is a multi-line query, so we need, I think, A5 with that. Oh, that's way too small. Let's try A10. Still, I mean, platform is the last thing, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, spend a lot of time figuring out stupid stuff to prove to you that this nice feature that was added to Magnum works. So this is now very nice and very type safe. Cool. Let's quickly deal with small refactors everywhere. So more yak shaving. I can't help myself. T artifact name. Yay. Cool. And we can write this query in the end. Mm. So it's the query that we have here. SQL. No. Hmm. I'm wondering whether it's trying to tell me something. Is it? With this color? Maybe. Spaces are irrelevant. Maybe tabs aren't. Okay. At least it doesn't look like a Christmas tree. So can we replace those things with nice stuff from our table approach? No, thank you. So that would be query. Yeah, it does return a vector. Thank you. I think we have to do an attempt at this. Yeah, and it's fine. Okay, so the limit is here, and we just want to use n. Now, it's fun because we can have two aliases. I mean, for RP, I think we can use the direct syntaxization, but here I would use this small t. And it should probably generate the query that I want. With the RP, I probably could do that too. Repo. Am I right? Yeah. I mean, can I do... Mm, I don't think I ever did something like that, so it's gonna be interesting whether this works. It would be nice if it did, because additional type safety. Repo. Oh, I don't know what is going to happen here. Maybe like this, but then aliasing won't work. I don't know. We have to check, basically. So let's try and see what we get out of this. So this is on the projects with, yeah. That's an okay. And this final either, we want to uncomment that. What's up? What's the type? Compiled, so what's the type? No, that should be neither. It should be a vector, right? Oh, no, yeah, it doesn't compile and we don't have, yeah. Cool. Fuck. Okay, this is fine, but we need to open a connect scope. Boom. Okay, let's see what are the limitations of this approach. So these three are fine from with the alias. Is this so the RP? It says that its problem is with RP here. Yeah, I can't have such an alias. So this thing is interpolated as the name. You were probably right, Sigma, Soyboy. I think um, I think I would be able to, do this configuration with flag. It just, slightly offends me that I have to. Um, So I can't do this here. I have to do something like that, right? And it will just work? Or do we have anything else that is broken? Oh, we have more stuff that is broken. Bad value for type int. What the hell? Oh, nice. Yeah. RP. Um, I think we need T here and also T here. So row name without an alias. No. This is the internal query, that's RP. Missing from class entry. Table PWLR. Oh, it's... yeah. So it has to be just T for all of those. Since we are not... I mean, you can do this. Weekends default. Yeah, hi Kuba. Yeah, but you know, you don't have to explain this fact to significant other. I'm not really eager to do that. So we'll see. No promises are being made, but I'll see. I'll try. Interesting. So if we do this, I mean, but we have completely dumped the idea of there is no PWLR now. But it would be available in the scope here, right? If we did this. Because now this is the alias for this table. So what is the problem now? Bad value for type int. There's just single binding here, which is exactly what we wanted. It's an int. So why? Oh, wait. Yeah. I'm just stupid. Yeah. So I think it's not using... Have I considered shorter but more frequent streams? Yeah. You know, I wanted to implement a small sync utility for the chats. I've checked the APIs. It doesn't seem like it's a big chunk of work. Problem is, it's apparently against terms of service of Twitch. So, I mean, the only thing I think is okay is to export. Perks are that doesn't really matter if you're not an affiliate. So if you're a niche streamer like I'm currently, it probably doesn't matter, and they don't really care. But on the other hand, it would be very sad, to get banned. So I'm a bit torn about that. I would like to integrate chats. It doesn't, seem like a technical problem. It's just a problem from, terms of service. And about, shorter but more frequent streams. Yeah, I mean, I considered more frequent streams with actual idea being to just stream when I work on open source. Anytime I work on open source. So, you know, kind of like um, being on call for Scala developers. But I don't know how this will work out yet. Um, Shorter but more frequent streams. More frequent, definitely. I would like to have more frequent streams. Shorter, I don't know. I was thinking more towards getting someone to work on shorts. So some edition and, you know, work on video. So the parts where I don't, you know, where I'm not blocked on stupid stuff every 5 minutes. It would be probably quite nice to get some, you know, how do young people call it? The version of the video where it's running much faster than it was running in the reality. God damn it! I have this on the end of my tongue. I have an iPhone. I should probably know that. Anyway, you know, with some narration about what is happening. So yeah, it's something to think about. Okay, so I guess the structure of the table is different from what we have here, and it's an ongoing discussion actually in Magnum. And I have an opinion on this. To be perfectly honest, it's called maybe it's just this by Evgeny. Yeah. So there are positional methods on the result set, and there are methods that use labels to pull data out of the result set. And I think the current approach, yeah, current approach is positional. We can check the DB codec class to check to see that, but I'm like 90% sure. Read single and position. Okay. General idea would be that, okay, this instances of this are code generated, but yeah, whereas get string and position, yeah, so it's only positional. And I'm not, you know, into a why this is done this way. I don't really understand what are the trade-offs. I would prefer using labels instead of positions. Okay, but well, not much we can do right now besides fixing this. So it explodes because the query that we run is returning this structure, and it has to return exactly the structure that we have in project with latest release. So instead of star, instead of asterisk, we basically have to go through all the fields. And I think we can just copy that thing here. it should be now in the correct order. It isn't. Oh, ambiguous, because they are not. Okay, well, doesn't matter. Yeah, we can do this and replace that with PWLR. Here, 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 and here. Yeah, the rest is fine, I think. Still ambiguous? No, not ambiguous at all. Works. So yeah, execute the query. Let's see. From scraping. Yeah, let's verify that with some samples. So ghost.pr Caliban Finch has a very different version to everything else. Let's find it. And 1.2.4 is the latest version. Seems like it works. Caliban CodeGen 081. Okay, that's interesting. Sort by publish date, probably 27. Oh shit, that's not. Wait, why? Okay, so this is 081. Yeah, it's fine. Well, use that HTTP. 090. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. So I guess we have our table for main thing. That's very good. So we can try running scraper. Oh, it does fail, doesn't it? Okay, so there's a problem here. We don't have the data source here yet. We only have it here, right? In the scraping module. Okay. Migrations. Create data source. So that's a Hikari data source. Um, and I think we should only have one in the app, so it's fine if we put it here. Yeah, basically. And that's an important bit, something that we should think about here. So I wanted to start writing down some rules and things that I find to work pretty well with, lean Scala stack. So the way to handle returns of values from functions currently is either. So Martin is thinking about adding result, similar to how result in Rust works. And if you think about it with the either blocks with oxider, this thing, it's very similar to what we have in Rust now. So funny thing is, we don't really have a main for either. So the composition of either is kind of bad. I mean, it's similar to what you have in Rust. So if you have a side effect in method in Rust that returns result, like most of them, I wonder what's happening if you have main function and you use question mark operator. Does it detect that it's in the main scope and just crash? Because this is our approach to that pattern match with a throw, and it's not beautiful. I would prefer some kind of main function, like IO app or ZO app that is able to work with either values. But I would also like to still have main functions. Yeah. Current approach, I think, that persisted with Cat's effect and ZO is that you have a trait, basically. You have to extend a trait in an object, and this object is the main. Then the new approach that Scala 3 has is a bit different. Yeah, let's see. Maybe we can, if we can. Yeah, but it's. I wanted to see if we could create our own main, right? Like, but we can't really, because this is transformation, and the name will be always main. So it will be Scala today main. If I do like, can I do this way anyway? I guess I can't really. It would still have to be a trait. So what would it be? Maybe we can check, but I don't think Adam added anything like that. There is no aux app. Oh wow. Yeah. Nope. Nothing like that. So if we had to do something like that, Hmm. I mean, yeah, we are going to need this implemented by we need run, basically, which will take args, but as an IRA maybe, or vector. It's usually vector now, right? And it returns neither of any provable or unit. Should be a unit, because yeah. How do you map to exit codes? Um, you could basically have two of them. How does it work right now with cats affect IOApp? Main IO unit. No. So it's still IO of exit code? Kuba, are you there? Is it still IO of exit code? Looks like it. So that's cats effect 2. Cool. Thanks, Google. Yeah, but it looks like it's still IO of exit code. I think, oh, there's IO app simple. IO unit. Oh, okay. Two variants. So we could have, let's say, yeah, let's not make it more complex right now. So run would then, exit code, something like exit code here, which is basically a wrapper for int. And yeah, it would be supervised probably. Should it run the main function as a fork? Oh, that's more convoluted, more involved. If we wanted to do this correctly, it would basically have to also handle signals for interruption. So yeah, definitely we would run it in a run cancelable with another fork waiting for the signal from signals. I mean, duh. Yeah, that's an interesting piece of work. I think something to be thought about. And I'll definitely have a conversation about that with Adam. Anyway, um, let's have a stupid. Um, yeah. Um, fork? No, 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 no. That's not how it's going to work. Um, Okay, so now this is a funny bit because I think we can do fork error. There was a method that worked with. Now it's gone. I suggested that we should probably bump version of aux to 02, so maybe that will change stuff. Let's see. It's still going. Cool. It's probably slower because of the logging, but I did. Can you work, please? Yes, of course. Nothing is working. Cool. No problems have been found. Cool. That's very good. Optimistic. Like it. Um, Now, can we trust the user? Because we probably should do something like that. Integration with Scribe, probably not the best idea. Throwing kills the kills the VM, so that's fine. Now this is another user either. Kind of. So first one is because we have to assume that users fork, so this run function can throw. It's a sane assumption to make, actually. Sane can happen even if your function returns IO. You can always throw. So how would this look like if we did this? Okay. You know, we could do this, and this is let's assume that this is the simple scenario, and we do this, and voila. Now this exit code, no, it's unit. Cool. Don't worry about that. Just system exit 0. Now, yeah, I know. Now this is fun because we can now do this, do this, I guess. It kind of blows in terms of our logging. But yeah, that would be exactly the same situation with cat effect, wouldn't it? We would have to map, map error, basically. So this is just a value. And this blocks anyway. Oh, okay. maybe a garbage collection pause. Anyway, what I just wanted to get was the ability to use either with some translation to, you know, for the main to translate the either into some error codes and exit codes. Okay. So what do we have to do? What is the reminder? We have this bit that connects to the database and fetches stuff. Now, index template should use this. We have this table. I'm just gonna drop this from here and take this class with me to the templates. Shit. We should probably split the template a bit to make it more usable. Oh. It's probably not really visible for you, but sun has just came around my building and it's starting to make stuff hard to see a bit. Yeah, but we'll see. I'll just grab a tea and we'll be back in a moment. Okay, so there's apparently cat drama, meaning they want something to eat. So I'll just give them something to eat and I'll be back. Okay, welcome back. So, um, last bit and the conversation was about whether we can cut this into smaller pieces. I guess it will make working with that much easier. So, yeah, mm, let's plot the table thing out. of this, and it's gonna, depend on a lot of stuff. I guess we can start with, vector in projects, vector project with latest release. Basically, that's what we want to get. I don't know what is the return type of this, by the way. Type tag string. How does it look like? The family concrete HTML tag, type tag, frag, modifier. Oh, so this is the type on the top of the hierarchy. Okay, and but we probably should use this one, shouldn't we? It has a render method. Oh well, whatever. Type tag is probably what is fine. I have to get into Scala tags a bit more. Okay, so where's the table itself? Table here. Overflow hidden. I have to admit I have no idea what that is. What? It's this violet scope. Okay, so it's till here. Yeah. I don't know whether this is nice or not. Yeah, and we kind of need something here, right? So projects, we're gonna just pass this here. Where's the copilot? Why doesn't it work in templates? God damn, why? I don't know. Project. I mean, looks like nothing works in this scope. Yeah. We're fine. Chill out. Oh, we don't have a repo here. Yeah, we definitely need one. So, hello. Project templates, projects HTTP. HTTP DB perform migrations. Cool. Yeah, let's create this here, and now we have it. So yeah, this froze, by the way. I don't recall. Result is always error. So what is the case when I want to tell? It's just server logic? I think it's just server logic. What happens if we do either scope? Because the problem is that connect can throw. Yeah, get connection can just throw. Mm, yeah, it's not really safe. But either, from what I recall, yeah, it doesn't catch. Was there a method? Was there a combinator um, in this package? No. Oh, catching. Yeah, it's a catching thing. Okay. That you know, I'm starting to wonder whether we are. I think we are writing either unit string. We have either throwable string. Damn server logic. Which method was that? Can't remember. I think it's because I'm not handling errors here, probably. Yeah. Nope. Mm, error out. I think it was something like that. Just string body, but now it tells me that id string. Ah, top here. What was the best way to deal with either throwable of something that we can return as HTML? So it's basically either throwable of string, and there was something about errors, right? Error handling. In, out. Yeah. Um, so anything can be used. What is the default one? This is fine. error out is not fine. And um, I guess if we do this, it means that we have to, yeah, we have to deal, yeah, it is either string string now. So catching will fail. Will catch everything. But we have to deal with that. I mean, we should probably just work with pure no servo logic. With pure, that also wouldn't work. We do this. Well, in fact, I would just probably need to throw. So if I want to get a 500, if it fails, it's probably the best thing to do. Error out, no, and it just works, right? Either unit of string, so right. I'm not really happy with that. Yeah, so let's go back to the templates and we'll figure out how to deal with because what I was wondering about for the last 10 minutes was how do we want to present errors to our users, but doing that with per handler approach is probably bad, and I guess a better way would be to just have something like default handlers for failures. Yeah. Mm, is it on every handler? Customize interceptors? Ah, right. What? What? No. Not available? I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Okay. So it should do something. I mean, it should fetch data for us. Oh, it failed. Cool. Nothing to worry about. We'll figure out this problem later on. I was curious what is the actual problem here. Okay. Too big? Yeah. Too big. Cool. I wonder where. It's a version. Oh, we have to parse them to longs. God damn. Cool. Cool. Nice. I mean, yeah. It's arbitrary, so whatever. Um, we'll fix that on the next stream. Anyway, I wanted to see how the front end will start looking like. So templates. We have the table here. And it currently looks like retry Scala today. Oh yeah, this is our header for the table. We have this field here, and it will be also probably very useful to find the place from where I have borrowed this table from to see how to actually use this thing. So this is the header, and I think we can start with project. I wanted to put this class from database to see what is available for us. Pointless. Copy that. Thank you. So project. What can we put into those columns so that it makes sense? I guess project will be just project, this column. Artifact name. So we. So I guess the next will be version, because we talked about not wanting to show artifact. Maybe we could, but just the artifact that had the latest release, right? And oh, it's tricky because our vector, so what we get from that, logs have probably made it impossible to find it now, but when this piece of code that is currently in HTTP here, when it was here, the query that we are running is this query. So it returns multiple rows per this thing. So it's actually not yet really what we want. What we want to represent. We should probably just fold it and have it a bit, more usable for the presentation layer. So project scraping HTTP. Yeah, we're here, and we have just taken the whole thing here. But that's not really what we want. So for the view layer, I would like project string be here. I guess something like that, and then just project with latest release. Can we push anything? Yeah, maybe release date, offset datetime. Because we have, artifact date, last release date. It's a bit different from what we got here. Oh, we have different release dates. Shit. For all of them, we have release date. That isn't the latest one. Shit. Tricky. Because we could. It's part of this nice query. interesting. Yeah, we are dropping this piece of information, this max release date for a group. Yeah, this. We are dropping it because we are trying to fit that into this shape. And the shape doesn't have this. So I wonder if we could do a tuple. Maybe. What will happen if we do? I think it will just explode, but let's see. Who knows? Maybe it will compile. I guess it won't. Yeah. Okay, but it doesn't compile because of this thing. So yeah, let's comment this out. Oh, okay. So apparently, database library is fine with the tuple. So maybe let's try and see. Maybe we can just get away with that. So the last one would be RP, but we can't do this way. So we're just gonna do this. And I'm really, really, really curious if this works. I don't think it should. But yeah, who knows? Latest release date. Scraping HTTP. Let's put it here and or later. So we still need the space up from HTTP. This bit, cool. Scraper, whatever. Oh, we now don't have this, so or we dropped that. Oh no, it's just below that. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, this won't compile. We have to deconstruct that. That's latest release date. And now this should work just fine. Project artifact name and will it blend? Are you familiar with this commercial videos? So there are commercials, ads for Blender on YouTube. If you are not familiar with Will It Blend, I fully recommend that you go there and look for iPhones. If you love tech, it might be helpful, just a bit. Okay. Yeah, this compiles. Shit. Man, it worked. Wow. Impossible. I don't believe this. Let's check this. 28, 30, 02, 256, 40 plus 2 because it is using CEST time, and this is Z. Yeah. I mean, it works. What the fuck? Wow. Wow. I'm really surprised. Cool. Fuck yeah. That's great. I didn't expect this to work. So, wow. Cool. Yeah, so we managed to rescue the missing piece of data without changing this data type. That's nice. Very useful. Templates. Now, this is starting to get a bit more complex with this. Mm, so let's create a so what we get from the database, what this method returns, it's a vector of stuff. And what we want is a vector of project and artifacts. Yeah, group by what? No, we can't just group by that. But we do have to group by. Yeah, X. And now this is tricky. X, group ID, I guess, artifact name, organization. Similar aggregation to what we had in database, right? Just to do a quick sanity check that I'm not doing something completely stupid. So organization, repo, and artifact name. Oh, wait, no. Maybe we can just get away with project. So, basically underscore project here. What is this? Do I want to max by? No, it is the max. It is always the max. If we do this by project, should always be max. For this project, that is. Mm. So this is fine. Um, latest version is any version actually. So we are after group by. Releases has to have something. This is an invariant held by group by. You never get an empty collection here. There has to be at least one element. So we can get ahead here. Get this. This is the latest version, always. Um, that's not the latest version. Goddamn. That's a good question whether we can have this. So let's look at the Scala here. There are many different last versions. So what do we want to show? Not the max. That's the tricky part. I guess here's where we want to actually sort by release dates. So we want to select that. So the third thing will be this. Yeah, and this looks fine, this bit. Now we need this. So we need the version of the thing that was released latest. It's still not really foolproof, because if one of those projects, I mean, how could we tell what is the main artifact of a project? Is there a way for us to know this? Because let's say Caliban has a lot of integrations, and I guess those things are integrations, yeah. So this is the main artifact, arguably, right? And how do we know which of these artifacts for Caliban is the main one? We could have a heuristic and just, assume that if there's an artifact with a name that matches the repo, it's probably the main one. But what happens if we have a repo that has an artifact name with core? So this is what we have in BSOM, by the way. There is no artifact called BSOM. The main artifact is called BSOM core. And, well, yeah, it wouldn't work, this heuristic here. So I don't think we have any easy way to do this. So I think if we want to show last version published in this table as one of the minimized columns available when it's minimized, what we have to do is we have to show the version of the artifact that was released last. And for most cases, I think it will work fine. But, in case where we have artifacts that belong to the project that have different, like this here or this here, that have different life cycles. And this, we have the same situation with BSOM CFG and BSOM out probably in BSOM. I don't think we will have a nice way to deal with that. So the last updated thing, the last released thing wins. What is being showed as the last version, probably not a biggie, probably not a big problem. Yeah, let's just last version, last released version. Releases. Max by. No, actually. By release date. And then yeah, this froze. Yeah, but we have a guarantee that releases is not empty. Last release version should be string, and we should have everything that we need, I guess. Yeah, it does compile them. It's not pretty, I have to say. Yeah. Yeah, but we'll worry about that later. Let's it's not a promise, but we'll try. Okay. So, projects and artifacts from DB. We now want to use this, so vector with project and artifacts, and yeah, same here. Shit. What? It's fine. Okay, so I guess we have to really improve this table. So we have project. I guess we took the version and what else can we put here? Now this won't compile. Yeah, that makes sense. X, I think it's from templates now. Templates, projects and artifacts. So it's kind of like MVC. We have views. That's like a controller, sort of. Yeah, if we try running our main app, and I guess this is main, isn't it? Oh, app. It's now app. Oh, cool. Failed to decode. What? Oh, yes. Ah, that makes sense, actually. So we are getting an error from our deployment engine. So we need to set up values for that. And there was, I think, another one in here. So this is the bit that I'm talking about, port. Set X port 8080. Yeah, it should now start without problems. Yes, I do. Okay, and are we home yet? Okay, so we have those things now. We have them changed. What's the problem, Cat? Okay, there are no problems. Oh, an exception code was fired and it reached at the end tail of the pipeline. Pipeline did not handle exception. Read timeout exception. Cool. Nothing I can do about that. Templates. T-body. I guess we should extract a row as a function. Cool. Is it doing something? No, it's not, interspersed with colors, so we don't have to worry about that. This works just fine out of the box. Label for checkbox. We have a checkbox on the first column. No idea what for. Probably should just drop it, because it's not a data table. We are going to allow our users to select stuff here. TR/TH is this thing. Let's start with commenting that out, and then it's this TD also. So we have 4 TDs, and yeah, let's push some data here. Project, yeah, definitely. Second thing was version, I guess. Yeah. So this is garbage address. Latest release. I'm wondering, to local date. Yeah, that's a tricky part. We should probably get the time zone from the user. Oh, my classic HTTP app experience is so long gone. I don't remember how I did this. I think there was a header the browser sent. Let's see. Network. There was something that was sent as part of that. Request headers. Agent. Something that would tell accept language. I guess it. No, that would be stupid. How does the server know in what time zone the user is? I mean, do we really need that? I guess not really. Format. And we'll worry about that later on. Yeah, and then we need something here. let's try and render that. We can drop all those TRs. And yeah, exactly. So I think we have to... No. We're missing one. No. Okay. Apparently this is fine. This isn't? This is fine too. No idea. Let's see. Okay. Oh. Oh shit. I messed up. Okay. So, yeah, we have what we wanted. That's, yeah, that is true. Um, but the problem is we did the group by the way, on, before getting here. And group by dropped our order, which is bad. Because how do we maintain this order? What we get from shit tab. We get data in this ordering. So the join matches the order of rows as they are here, which is fine for us. But we need to figure out a way to force group by with, without dropping the ordering. Was there a way to do this? I don't recall something like that. No. Can I just delete all of them? Thank you. Link hash map. What? Oh my. No, not really. Shit. I mean, we could re-implement that with trim up. So the project ordering of the insert will be the same. Isn't there a combinator that would do what I want? Group map reduce. I think I could just fold into a map, I guess. Oh shit, he's right. Ah, he's actually right. Yeah, that won't work. Yeah, link hash map actually does that. Don't we have something like that? Oh, that's very old. Uh, Maps. I think we just need the reference. Where's the? Oh shit! No, linear sec list map. Yeah, I hadn't recollection that there is something like that. Reverse insertion order. Newest key is the head of the list. It's collection, right? Not collections. I always forget that. Go here. Immutable list map. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Do the work. Does it do what I want? Let's see. I mean, we are operating on vectors everywhere, so it doesn't really matter. Immutable list map, exactly. Thank you. Yes. This looks sort of like it could work. Mm, it's gonna be funny if it works. So, yeah, this is the order that we want. Gemini HLSV J5, Gemini HLSV type level Dave universe. Do we have this order, or is it worked? I think we do. Uh, oh shit, what happened? Yeah. This is kind of bad. I mean, Really? Maybe it's not that bad. But we could change it a little bit. Datetime formatter. ISO date. ISO datetime. Yeah. It probably, could be a bit better, but looks fine. Okay, so I guess that would be all for today. Let's deploy that to our dev and let's pray that it works. Oh, I mean, we can't. we don't run scraping job on our environment. Um, we probably could. Yeah. Run scraping job. How do we want to approach this? We would lose this, capability of doing that if we drop this, and we then need the JDBC URL. Is this the only configuration value? I guess so, for now at least. For now, I guess we are, yeah, so this is here. We don't need to run migrations anymore because they happen in it here, right? Or, yeah, I think, yeah, we do have them here, so we can drop this completely. HTTP is pulled, JDBC URL is pulled out of that. And this froze, right? So I guess it shouldn't. And we don't need to handle final either here. So we can basically move this a little bit down here. Do this. And this is now either throwable or no, what is that? Unit, I guess. It's just a scrape job. Yeah, doesn't return anything. Okay, so we have a scrape job. Is it used anywhere? Oh, it is. Because this froze. Yeah, sure. That's in database. Okay, I guess we need a garbage can called util package Scala today. Yay. It's there, don't worry. It is. Come on. It isn't. Oh, yeah, because this doesn't compile. Thank you, Metals. Yeah. Refresh, and yeah, I guess we are almost done with this. December story is going to come back with vengeance. That's fun. We're not handling this, and this froze from what I recall. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely froze. We should be handling that with either. To do. And this applies to everything basically here. So everywhere we have run, we should handle that error. Yeah. So basically run it in a try, or just in an attempt in our garbage can here. Okay. So yeah, so we were trying to see if we can just have this scrape job. Um, yeah. So whether we can run this, it's a funny thing because um, I don't want it to fail our application when it fails. I don't want it to crash us. The scraping job currently seems to be doing that to us. That's a problem with lean approach right now. So we still, it's something that I'm unused to, because if you are working with Zio or Cat-Effect.io, every I think every combinator catches errors. I don't think map does, but flat map I think does. So you actually get IO of an error, or a defect. But here it's not that obvious, because either this block doesn't catch. I mean, it could be very well possible that there should be another, another combinator here, like either catching, that would cover this. It would be probably much more useful with that, because right now I'm not really sure we are catching all the errors, all the exceptions. And if I had this in an IO block, I would be sure that I'm catching every exception. So, not great, not terrible. I guess what was the place that we had the most problems with? The thing that is killing us here. Do nothing, whatever. Oh, we won't be able to find it now, I guess. What killed us? Oh, number format. Number format from semantic version, from collection, blah 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 blah. Secops. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Pardon. Hash map. What is scraping? Oh, cool. Scraping 197. Oh, we don't have this line anymore. So what is it doing? Scraping. Vector for each. Scraping. 133. What was happening here? No. but you know, it's to int from what I recall. So that's to int in this semantic version stuff. Oh yeah, it's here. Pass tolerant. Could you, like, for instance, catch stuff that you throw? So yeah, somebody forgot that this froze. Let's actually try. Yeah, we don't have a Java util try here. A Java util. What the hell? So this should help to some degree, I guess. And we could also bump those fields to longs, just to be absolutely sure. Maybe we'll fix this problem and the whole job will go through anyway. It doesn't hurt us for this to be long, at least not really, and we have to handle that. You know, Adam Varsky added this capability that it's called I/O, obviously, and it works on checked exception of I/O exception. So if you have Java API that throws Java I/O exception, you can add a compiler plugin that will complain that you are calling this method inside of a function that isn't in an I/O scope. So it doesn't have the capability to handle I/O. I'm wondering if this is actually useful. What I would like to have, what I find that would be more useful, is to know which methods throw, because those methods throw. Well, they don't have a throw statement here. They do, I think, have it here. Yeah. So, and you know, it's transitive. So we call this this method. It's on the implicit class, I think. Yeah, it's a string ups, so it's an implicit class. So this method doesn't inform us. There is no throws on it that is gonna throw, and it would be massively useful to know which methods throw and have some hint about, okay, you know, you should really handle that with care. So with Cat's effect ecosystem and with Zio ecosystem, there are two things involved. One is that the whole monadic flow of, you know, what we are building application out of, the whole DSL captures errors on every step. So it's pretty precise in catching the error where it occurred. That's really nice because it doesn't propagate, like, you know, exceptions flying through everything. And I mean, it does propagate, but downstream, the other way around. So you get a value with an error, and you can handle that. But you know, the capability to handle error is built in into the monad, you know that it might contain an error. And with lean Scala, however we will approach this, however we will work with having lean Scala, I would like to work with this like in Rust. So with a data type that I can then work with the OK combinator, so the question mark from Rust. But it only works if my methods, the methods that I use, the APIs, don't throw. Or at least they tell me explicitly that they throw. If I don't have this, it's, back to the problems that we had before monadic effects. And that's not good. So, how do we approach this? I don't know. But anything that throws, I would like for that to be clearly marked as that's a problem waiting to happen. Because we can't have safe combinators for everything. Anyway, that's just my thoughts on this. Okay. So, if we want to run this here, let's think. Can we do this? Let's extend our small nice thing here. Let's say that this is also using for a scope, a global scope. Should we? Or maybe not. Maybe not. Or I guess we should, but on another way, like I would like to use some of the nice combinators, but I want this to happen in a separate supervised block. So I want to get this capability out of the box. Oh yeah, I know it doesn't implement this, so yeah, you're crying about that. That's fine. We can work around that. Why? Why do I want this? Because with Aux, I can use those nice methods that you get, those combinators. In a scope of Aux. There was a resource, yeah, that was resource, and I also can run. Oh, come on. There was a combinator for running stuff in the background. That's not Aux. That's Aux. Structure concurrency. Fork, 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 fork. Should it be supervised? Okay, so if we do fork, it is a daemon fork. That is good, because I would like to run something. Let's open a scope here and let's scrape. And Um, how do we do this in the most simple way? Yeah, this takes config JDBC URL. Yeah, obviously. And we also have to. Oh, I've lost the. Ah, what was the call? This index should be fine. Yeah, yeah. Scraping. STP model, I guess. No, no. Scraping. Scraping. Where was it? Time resilience. Quick. No. I think it was here. So why doesn't it work? Should be STP model. Was it because of this? Oh, apparently. Oh, okay. So this brings in the ERI type. Whatever. Yeah. Now, this will run it once, and from what I recall, should this fail, uh, it's not a big deal. I mean, if we are talking about this, right? We're not gonna throw, we're just gonna error, scribe, error, yeah. Okay, and it doesn't return anything. Yeah, let's just do this. Now, the bit, the most, the thing that I don't like about this is that if this throws, and it can throw, I think it will kill this fork. Yeah, and it will close the enclosing scope, which is this scope, which will crash the whole application. Not something that I would like to happen. So, if we do this with an unsupervised fork, on the other hand, it's not a daemon fork, I think. How does it behave? Unsupervised fork. I mean, we could do this. Instead of either. We do catching. What's up, cat? We do catching. Yeah, that doesn't work really well for us. Not awesome. Okay. So I don't want this to, be in a crash loop. Because Kubernetes will handle that for me. It will restart the container. But that's really shitty practice. I would like for this to always end up with an either. I mean, if we don't have an absolute failure, if it's not an absolute failure, it should just work. No. So how do we do this? Either returns either. Mm. If we do catching, on top of that, we will get a nested kind of a situation. Or one way. Does it compile? Why? That is wrong. Oh, shit. It works because it disregards the internal either. Because it is possible to upcast to unit. But it in reality is either of error trouble unit in fact. So it's not good. Yeah. Shit. I mean, it should probably be. It should work in a way that this would also provide the scope for combinators of either. If we had this with the bundle back, it would be massively better. Because in other way, no way what disregarding what happens here, what we want to get is certainty that okay, this function will return only this, nothing else. It won't throw, it won't subvert this type beside complete system failures like fatal errors. I mean, I have some strong opinions about catching fatals, but that's for completely different discussion. So we are kind of fucked, to be honest, because without that, I have this either, and I don't have certainty that everything that I have here is being caught. So that's bad, like really not funny. It's possible that there is a method that throws, and if there is such a method, What the hell is that? Logs. Ah, yeah, I know. If there is, it will kill this fork. So it's shitty. I can do catching. Can I do flatten on that? Not through. God damn it. Why does he... I don't understand. Okay. Now, okay, that's a little bit better. I still dislike it, but yeah, best we can do for now, I guess. HTTP. So what I would like to happen here is I would like this method to run once per day. And I would also like to go and eat supper. So it's really time to end, I think. Flatten. We could create a block here. Like make a def scraping job. Doesn't matter what it does. It's just this, right? Oh, it has to take config. Yeah. Beside that, it should be fine. Like forever. There is a combinator like that, I think, in the utility section here. Utilities inline, sleep descript pipe, top exception, get, control flow, forever. Repeat until. Now, this would just, work forever. So after a scraping job, it would just continue. Not the best idea. So I would like to have a controlled loop that would basically yeah. Okay, so my brain is scrambled completely, but what I want to do is I want to check whether 24 hours have passed from the start time. scraping job. So we can add time to the start time. Plus chrono is days. No. I mean, it's generally the... I think it's what we are trying to achieve. It's just shitty with the instant now and I mean the epoch milli approach. I don't think we need to operate in millis. I'm also tired enough to just accept this shitty code. So the epoch milli minus. So if it is at day, doesn't make sense. It doesn't look like it makes sense. No, we don't need epoch milli. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. There is a variant with a clock, right? No, clock has instance source from Java 17. So it's testable. It's kind of like clock in Zio and clock in Cats Effect. It's kind of a mess. I think there was a nice method to do this. I mean, but we need millis anyway. Yeah. Cool. Let's see. Should work to some degree. Once per day. Yeah. Oh, JDBC roles and this thing, this configuration. I don't think user is the same on the cluster as site. Is it Postgres? I don't remember. So that's Docker desktop. I don't want Docker desktop. Cube, CDX, Docker desktop only. Site. Do we have this applied? Guess so, yeah, it has to. So platform, there should be a cube config here set. Oh yeah, it works now. Cube CTL port forward. What was the DB? Um, nope. So what was the default? I didn't send. I didn't set any configuration for PostgreSML. I think it was just PostgreSML, PostgreSML. Releases, packages, packages. Docker pull. Oh, PostgreSML. Okay, that's actually we can work with our shitty info for now. We will have to improve this. What doesn't compile now? The image. Cool. Docker PSA and Docker images. Don't we have one? Okay, we do. So why does it fail to work? Why can't you check out what's there? That's not a very useful error. Um, yeah. Mm, so I think I know what is happening. Oh, That's a new one. Oh, I haven't seen this thing before. I mean, I have an idea why this is happening, and it's nothing good. I have pumped the version of Mac OS X, the operating system on the MacBook, and since I did that, there are some weird issues happening with Docker images that aren't compiled for ARM64. Very weird stuff. Um, on For the container that I was building for the presentation on Lambda Days, I got a full JVM crash. Like, it completely collapsed when running this exact piece of code. So, it's a stupid piece of Scala code. It doesn't do anything fancy. Nothing fancy. The only thing I think it does that might be considered fancy is the fact that it is running class graph. So maybe something in class graph could lead to those issues, but that's very unexpected, I would say. I think I have a solution to that. Just not sure whether how did I build this? What was the command that I used? Package, assembly, main. We didn't do any fancy, I see. I mean, how did we build the application itself into the Docker image? So we have a Docker file. Cool. That's great. Do we have we don't have a script to build, so we basically just did docker build x. Okay, so we can build ARM64 image, and it will be built locally, right? And we still have to do this anyway. Build. So we have to build our application first. Not rep. Build package assembly. Main force. Yes. What the hell? By the way, before we do this, so I found several main classes. Okay, we can drop experiments. It's not really used for anything anymore. Cool. Now there is one more thing. I would like to actually bump those aux projects, versions, because if we have some bug hiding there, I would like to know. I would like to avoid it. Oh, tests are now failing. Interesting. Why? I don't know. Is it true? What the fuck? Oh, they changed the code. God damn. Never ending story. There's no ID in sync now. How does it work if there's no ID? So ID is from... no, we don't want that, definitely. What's up with the server logic? From where do we get ID now? We don't need to. Is it auto-inferred? Found string required either unit string. Why? God damn. So they changed the shape of the API in a minor release? Really? Fuck's sake. Sync server. The hell? Oh, we have different set of methods now? Apparently. It's not hello world, by the way. Okay, maybe now it compiles. What the hell? When did this break? I thought that this test was passing. Wasn't it? I'm quite sure that it was passing. Major minor patch. Release. Epoch. Oh, it's about the change from integer to long. Does this work for you? Cool. I thought, yeah, it's... maybe it doesn't auto inferno. Oh, whatever. Cool. Okay. Let's maybe try running that and seeing whether it still works. Okay, it started scraping in the, in the background, but we should have our application available here. Yeah, it is. It's cool. It's kind of working, I guess. So we can kill it. It doesn't work now. Awesome. We can now package it. Okay. Overwritten the main. Docker build. We want to build O03 version with Linux ARM 64 as additional platform, and we want to tag it. And yeah, let's go. Building multi-platform build is not supported for the Docker driver. Oh god damn! I do have this configured on my main account. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we might be fine. Okay. Oh shit. Oh fuck. God damn it. I forgot to change one thing. DB. where is this happening here? HTTP. Yeah, that's PostgreSML. 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 Fuck. Awesome. So yeah, we have to do this again. The good stuff is that we can override this version, so it's not completely garbage. Sorry, not that. Build another one. Okay, so if I'm right, this should fail now. Yeah, because we have changed the, hard-coded stuff here, and it should be really, taken from configuration, but I'm a bit too tired to do that. So now it will start. Oh shit. Why? Did Docker fail? Oh god. Did it really kill my database? It completely fucking Docker. It killed the container completely. It's gone. I had a database container here. It's gone. It's completely wrecked. Thank you, Docker. Very useful. Nice. Yeah. But you know what? There's something good in this. I think we can just make this work the same way. So JDBC URL, I think, yeah, we have to provide that there. Pool access denied for PostgreSQL. I mean, Docker, no, Docker, no Docker run. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, too tired to think. Um, no, it isn't PostgreSQL. It was this. Okay, cool. And do we have database on so PostgreSQL image does start database that is called PostgreSQL, doesn't it? So do we have this? No, we've killed this, but we can try again. PSQL D PostgreSQL user PostgreSQL PostgreSQL. Yeah. So database user and password are PostgreSQL on our prod. So yeah, let's keep this here. The JDBC URL. I mean, we Postgres image. What is the environment variable to set up the name of the database? PostgresDB. Cool. Oh, if it's not specified, the value of a Postgres user will be used. Okay, cool. That's actually great. Postgres user, PostgreSQL, Postgres password, PostgreSQL, the Postgres. Cool. Cool. So set x JDBC URL we have this here, so it now should start, shouldn't it? Scala clear run. Yeah, come on. Nope. Shit. That's actually horrible. Connection to localhost 5432 refused. PSA doesn't, no, it doesn't expose ports. E9. It's up. So what's up? Exposed ports P2 5432. Cool. Let's click run. Postgres. Why do you have a user Postgres? Oh shit. Why are we doing this here? Oh, that's bad. Well, yeah, it's bad, but yeah, it's working now, and it should work in our nice environment. Um, so build first front and figure out how to transform data. We've done that today. Figure out the whole configuration story because hard coding is horrible. Cool. So we have an action point, a Jira ticket, if you prefer. Yeah, let's build the package again, probably for the last time, hopefully for the last time. Now docker buildx, build an image out of this, then we'll push it, okay, to GHCR, and we're there. Okay, great, absolutely awesome. So the last bit is the bit here in the main. So it doesn't see this image. Now it should see these, I hope. I really hope. Yes, awesome, it works. So yeah, I was right. The problem was with the fact that we don't have a JDBC URL. I don't think we do. Oh, we do. We do. Awesome. Yes, yes, please do pass this thing to this thing here. So container port, it's fine. I think it should all be very much fine. It now compiles, and you can see I really like this. I'm very proud of this, if I may. So we can see quite clearly it doesn't work because it didn't provide the necessary configuration. So once we have more configuration pushed into that, it will be very, very useful to, make sure that what we're deploying makes sense. Okay, so we go to infra site, and I think it's just pulling me up now. What stacks do we have here? App, prod, and that's the selected one. Awesome. Yes, we want to bump the version. Oh no, crash loop back off. Cube. ns app cube cdl logs. What? Service configuration or cockroach db database type not found. What the hell are you on about? What? HTTP21. This is... what the hell? What? How would... why? Why? 21. And DB, perform migrations, try, perform migrations, Scala 56, DB, perform migrations. Yeah, makes sense. So what is the in the site, the JDBC URL? It's PostgreSQL. How? What? Why would it think it's... why would it think it's cockroach? What the hell? What? This isn't based. The PostgreSML is quite definitely not based on cockroach. It's a machine learning extension for PostgreSQL. I used it before with Flyway. Why are they classifying that as cockroach? Oh my god. How did they figure it out? Data source. Perform migrations. Okay, let's go to the app. Perform migrations Flyway. Configure. Data source class PubSQL. Cool. Everything is here. What's wrong? We just did this. We did this. Here, yeah, it did migrate stuff for our local Postgres without problem. What the fuck? Why cockroach? It's just configuration and yeah, it's not gonna go, buddy. It's gonna fail. Oh shit. Data source. The only thing that we did. Set data source. What? How do you go there? Set data source. Data driver data source. Driver data source. Init. Class loader no. URL. Yeah. I think they are doing this stupid stuff now. Yeah. So we had to add this driver. So they, you get a nice runtime error when you start it instead of getting a compile time error. Great approach. Deeply appreciated. Now we have another problem of this family. Why does it think this database has anything to do with cockroach. Current set password. Okay, that should probably just put stuff into the environment. Let's go through this stack trace. Driver data source 116. Yeah, it's here in the constructor. Types accepting URL. Get database types for URL. Is it a bug in Flyway? Oh, wait. Did I? No. Is this JDBC PostgreSQL? Huh. It's fine. Sorted database types. Plugin register, get plugins. How do we get there? Plugin register, get plugins. Okay, that makes sense. Database type class. Did we get there? Plugin register 86. Get plugins. Database type register. This is this class. Line 40. So here we go to get plugins, register plugins. Cool. Which get plugins? Line 50. Here. So it goes here. Register plugins here. Okay. Then shit. Register plugins. We're here. Service loader. Line 96. Is it here? It goes to hasNext here. So hasNext, this is a for loop with iteration. So it has to be after this load plugin class. What kind of plugin class? Oh, it's just that's Java util. Oh, holy shit! Yeah, awesome. Slaughter. Okay, that doesn't. But it means registered plugins. How did it happen? Where did we get this dump idea that we might be using cockroach? Get plugins. So what is it? Did load, and we can't go there because we won't be able to click into that because it's dump reflection and it pulls stuff out of the class path. Oh. License plugin, get plugin. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting pretty mad. I mean, maybe it's actually really time to ditch Flyway. It really might be the time to do that. Because this is ridiculous. Why the hell? What will it work if I add a dependency? This Maven. Oh, it is just PostgreSQL. So it is supported by Postgres driver, right? So why is it throwing exceptions. I can't believe it. I have no idea what's going on here. Fucking fly away. Yeah, we definitely need a Scala based migration library that isn't insane. So yeah, no, I don't have um I don't have the strength to deal with this shit today. It's plain stupid. How did it? Uh, mm, that's the one that is failing. I wanted to. No, come on. No, just IT. Oh, for fuck's sake. So it's down completely. Yeah, because it's down. Okay. Won't let me. God damn it, it's. I wanted to check the JDBC URL, but what could be. I mean, what could be wrong with it? Um, no idea. I mean, I can easily test that. Oh, I do have this here. So yeah, it is a proper URL. It's fine. No idea. Okay, sorry guys. I have no more bright ideas about why Flyway has decided to fuck everything. So yeah, that would be all for today, and I have no idea why this isn't working. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay, cheers. Have a nice night. Basically, I think it's past 8 p.m. here. Cheers.